My Lovely Wife Part 2. Before you start Part 2, I will recommend you listen to Part 1, and if you like it, please subscribe, like, and support me. Let us dive in. Have kept a few things from Millicent, like the broken down truck from so many years ago. And Trista. I did not tell her Trista had dated Owen Oliver Riley. Never mentioned that was why she left Andy, why she committed suicide. Petra. It would be silly now to mention Petra, the woman who suspected I was not deaf. No reason to bring her up. And Rory. I have not mentioned Rory's blackmail because that would lead back to Petra. Then there is Crystal. Millicent never wanted any help at the house. She did not trust that anyone would clean the way she wanted, nor did she want anyone raising her kids. The only time we did hire someone, it was to carpool the kids to and from school and to their various activities. That was a few years ago when Millicent and I were both so busy at work we just could not get to everything without some help. This was also right after Holly was killed. Before the rest, Crystal was the one we hired to help drive the kids around. She was a nice young woman who was always on time and good with the kids. She worked for us until Millicent decided we didn't need her anymore. But before that, she kissed me. It was when Millicent was in Miami for a conference with a coworker named Cooper. I never liked him. For the 3 days Millicent was gone, Crystal was around more than usual. She picked the kids up from school and made dinner for them at the house. One afternoon we found ourselves alone, and that's when it happened. At lunchtime I went home to eat and she was there, alone because the kids were at school. She made us a couple of sandwiches and we ate together while chatting about her family. Nothing exciting, nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that made me think she was flirting. After we finished eating, we bumped into each as I went to the refrigerator and she headed for sink. She did not pull away. Neither did I, to be honest. Maybe I wanted to see what she would do. She kissed me. I pulled away. At that point, I had never cheated on Millicent. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking about Millicent in Miami with her male coworker. Before I had a chance to say anything to Crystal, she apologized and left the room. I don't think we were ever alone again. I considered telling Millicent right up to the moment I picked her up at the Orlando airport. I decided not to take the risk. I am thinking about this because I don't think I'm the only one not being totally truthful. I think Millicent has been lying to me. The idea came to me when Jenna got sick. I had just arrived home from work and I was late. We were supposed to go to a party thrown by an association of mortgage brokers. Millicent was rushing around, trying to get ready, Rory was playing video games, and Jenna was throwing up in the bathroom. Millicent went to the party alone that night. I stayed home with Jenna. We have taken Jenna to the doctor about her stomach once before. Our family doctor says I worry too much. Kids get upset stomachs all the time, he says. But now she has them more often. Her stomach problems have gotten worse since Owen was brought back to life. This makes me think her fear of him is not getting better. It is making her physically sick. I pulled up a calendar on my phone and tried to figure out how often she was getting sick. One of the first times it happened was the night we were with Lindsay, when I'd left Millicent alone with her to go be with Jenna. Ever since Lindsay's body was found, I've wondered about that night, about what would have happened if Jenna had not been sick. Would we have gone ahead and killed Lindsay that night? Or would Millicent have told me she wanted to keep Lindsay alive? And when did she take care of her? When she was supposed to be at work? How did she sell all those houses and still keep Lindsay alive for a year? Too many questions I cannot answer. I have secrets. Why wouldn't she? My first idea was stupid. I thought I could follow Millicent to find out what she is doing, maybe where she is keeping Naomi. But as soon as I think of following Millicent, I realize why it is impossible. She knows my car too well, she knows my license plate. She would spot me in a second. Plus I have to work. My job is flexible, not optional. But I don't have to follow her because technology can do it for me. 5 minutes of research on the internet tells me this works exactly like in the movies. I buy a GPS tracker with a magnetic case, press the power button and stick it on the bottom of her car. All I have to do is log into the app on my phone to see where her car is. The app also records the addresses where she stops, so I do not have to follow it in real time. The whole setup is unbelievably cheap, even with the fee for real-time information. Spying on someone has never been simpler. I make it sound easy and technically it is, but the real cost is to my psyche. And my marriage. Even after I buy the device, I don't put it on right away. It stays in the trunk of my car, burning a hole in the back of my mind. I do not want to blow up my marriage and my family, which is what will happen if Millicent finds out I am spying on her. I do not want to do it, but I want to know what she is doing. When I get home from work, Millicent is already home and her car is in the garage. It takes only a second to attach it. Later in the evening, it occurs to me that maybe there is a way for her to know there is a tracker on her car. All technology has counter-technology, at least I assume it does, so I spend an hour on my phone, looking up all the ways Millicent could find out what I have done. And I am right, she can find out. But first she would have to suspect she is being tracked. I look over at her. She is sitting with Rory at the dining room table, and they are making flashcards for his history class. He has never been a great student because, as his teachers, he does not apply himself. Millicent agrees, and a few times a week she helps him do just that. No phones, no distractions, nothing but his homework and his mother. Not even I interrupt when Millicent is working with Rory. After a few minutes, she feels me staring at her. She glances up and winks at me. I wink back. Later that night, I remove the tracker from her car. The next morning, I put it back on .39. When I watch someone in person, it feels intimate. They have no idea they are being watched, so they are not guarded or self-conscious. I get to know how they walk and move, their little tics and gestures. Sometimes I can even tell what they will do next. Using a tracker is much different because I am not watching Millicent. I am watching a blue dot move around a map. The app tells me where she goes, the address, latitude and longitude. I know how long she stays, how fast she drives, exactly how she parks. The app spits out charts and graphs that tell me how much time she spends driving, her average speed, and the average time at each location. I try to picture Millicent behind the wheel, dressed up for work, perhaps talking on the phone or listening to music. I wonder if she does something I don't know about. Maybe she sings when she is alone. Or talks to herself. I have never seen her do either one, but she must do something. Everyone does when they are alone. On the first day, she drops the kids off at school and goes to the office. She works for a real estate agency but does not spend much time sitting at a desk. After that, she drives to Lark Circle, to a residential address in Hidden Oaks. Over the next 8 or 9 hours, she goes to 11 houses, all of which are for sale. I check them all. She picks up the kids, stops at the store, drives home. The surprise is where she stopped to eat lunch. Instead of having a salad or a sandwich or even fast food, Millicent went to an ice cream parlor. For the rest of the afternoon, I wonder if she got a cone or a cup. Our dinner is roast turkey with chorizo and sweet potatoes. Rory glosses over the grade on his history quiz by telling an exciting story about a kid who was caught smoking and made a run for it before anyone could identify him. Jenna had heard the same story, but a friend of a friend said the guy was the vice principal's son and that was why he ran. False, Rory says. I heard it's Chet. Jenna turns up her nose. He's a jerk. Chet Allison? Millicent says. I sold the Allisons their house. No. Chet Madigan. You have 2 Chets at school, she says. 3, Jenna says. There is a lull in the conversation. I ponder the abundance of Chets while sneaking a look at Millicent's plate. She has a thick slice of turkey, a scoop of chorizo, and a tiny sweet potato. For her, it is a normal-sized dinner. Dessert is fruit and ginger snap cookies. No ice cream. All of a sudden, I find myself fascinated by my wife's eating habits. I wonder if her lunch always determines what we eat for dinner, dessert, or both. I watch the blue dot again the next day. Millicent drops off the kids, but I pick them up, and during that time she is at a house in the Willow Park gated community. Today she goes to the office, but she does not stop for lunch. Again, she stays within a small radius, concentrated in the areas and subdivisions where she sells the most houses. In contrast, the police have widened their search. At night, after Millicent is asleep, I watch the news on my phone in the bathroom because if I go into the garage, my son will think I am still cheating on his mother. Josh now starts his reports with the number of days that have passed since Naomi has disappeared. He calls it the count, and it is at 22. 22 days have passed since Friday the 13th, and Josh is still following the police around to abandoned buildings, sheds, and bunkers. An expert says this is probably futile, because Owen is watching the news, and therefore Naomi would not be kept in an empty building, shed, or bunker. Besides, a woman can be held anywhere. A single room, a storage container, a closet. The report is over in just a few minutes. It used to take up half the evening news. The story is starting to fade because nothing new has happened and Naomi is no longer the girl next door. She is tainted. The viewers have grown restless. And I have become mesmerized by the blue dot. In all my years of marriage, I have never wondered how much time it takes Millicent to show a house, or how long of a lunch she takes, or how many houses per day she sees. Now that I am tracking her, all of this has become intriguing. I check the app every chance I get. Before and after tennis lessons, when I am in my car, in the clubhouse, in the locker room. There is no sign of Naomi. Millicent visits no unusual buildings or abandoned businesses, and the houses are all on the market. She goes to the store, to the school, and to the bank for a closing. After 4 days, I start to wonder if Naomi is already dead. As disturbing as it is, I think this may be the best-case scenario. If she is gone, never to be heard from or found, Owen may fade away with her. When he is gone from the news, it will be like he'd never come back. Trista will still be gone. Nothing can be done about that. But Jenna will stop being scared. She will stop thinking about Owen Oliver. Then a year from now, Owen will be back on the news. The anniversary of the event will be marked with documentaries, specials, and dramatic recreations, but there will be nothing new to report. We will hear about Naomi and the men in shadows with the garbled voices. Once again, Owen will fade away. Naomi will go with him. Jenna will be a year older and talking about boys. Her hair will be long again and she will not have a knife under her mattress. As the days go on, I start to think it is all happening. Naomi is no longer alive, and Millicent is not torturing her, not visiting her. The police still have nothing. Everything, all that we have done, will just fade away until everyone forgets. With a smile, I watch the blue dot. Millicent goes home in the afternoon, drops the kids off, and then heads back out. She stops at a coffee shop and I know she's getting a vanilla latte. Maybe with an extra shot, but it's hard to tell from just the dot on the map. I'm so busy watching Millicent that I missed the breaking news. A woman claims Owen Oliver Riley attacked her. I first hear about this woman when I'm at the Easy Go. A TV screen is mounted above the soda machine, visible to everyone in the store, including in the security mirrors. The breaking news banner is everywhere, but I pay no attention until Josh is on the screen. He says a woman has come forward to claim she was attacked by Owen Oliver Riley. She doesn't appear on TV, not even in shadows. For now, she is just a report filed with the police. The text appears on the screen, and a female reporter reads it. On Tuesday night, I became Owen Oliver Riley's latest victim, but by the grace of God I got away from him. I am a hairdresser and after work we all went across the street for a drink. Later that night I was at a bar out on Mercer Road but I decided to leave because I had to work the next day. This was right around 11 p.m., and I remember because someone said it and I thought I'd better get home soon so I decided to leave. I was parked in the back lot and it isn't even dark back there because of the lights and the moon was real bright. Maybe it was a full moon but I didn't check. It was light enough to walk by myself so I did. Honestly, I didn't even think about Owen. He never crossed my mind. I was a couple feet from my car when I felt a tug. Felt like my bag got caught on something, the strap. It wasn't hard, didn't scare me. I just stopped and tugged and it was definitely caught on something. So I turned around. He was just standing there holding on to the strap of my bag. That's what it was caught on. Owen's hand. I knew it was him even though he had a cap pulled down so low it covered half his face. I could still see his mouth though. His smile. Everyone knows that smile. It's all over the news because he smiled in that old mug shot, and that's how I know it was definitely him. And that's why I let go of the bag and ran. Didn't get far before he tackled me. That's where I got all these scrapes trying to get out from under him. But I couldn't because he was just so strong and every time I tried to move, his grip got tighter. I'm only alive because of my phone. My brother called and I knew it was him because of the ring. I personalize all my rings because I like to know who's calling, right? My brother's ring sounds like an explosion because that's kind of what he's like. A big explosion. His life always seems to be blowing up and when it does he calls me. But I can't complain anymore because his life and that ring is why I'm still here. The exploding sound was so loud it made Owen jump. His head whipped around and I think he believed something had really blown up. I scrambled to get up and ran straight back to the bar, and he didn't follow me. I don't think he realized nothing blew up. Maybe he still thinks something did. That is the end of the statement, or at least the only part read on the news. The words disappear and Josh is back. He is standing in the parking lot behind that bar on Mercer. I haven't been to that bar since I was about 20. Back then they were known for not carding. Josh looks serious. Set. He is getting better because he no longer looks excited about something horrible. He calls the woman who got attacked Jane Doe. Excuse me. An older woman brushes past me. I am still standing in the convenience store right near the soda machine staring up at the screen. The only other person watching is the guy at the register. It's not Jessica, the cashier I usually see. This guy has a bald head which shines under the fluorescent lights. He looks at me and shakes her head as if to say, "Isn't it terrible? Isn't it a shame?" I nod while buying my usual coffee and a bag of barbecue chips. This is what living with Millicent has always been like. Life goes along like it's supposed to, an occasional bump in the road but otherwise a fairly smooth ride. And then suddenly the ground opens into a chasm wide enough to swallow everything. Sometimes what's inside is good, even great, sometimes not. It happened when she told me Holly was alive. It happened when she bashed Robin in the head with a waffle iron. And again when she resurrected Owen. These are the giant events, where the chasm becomes wider than the earth itself. Not all have been quite that large. Sometimes, the chasm is just big enough to swallow me, like when she left with the kids and disappeared for 8 days after I came home drunk. And then there are the cracks. When the ground opens up, it causes cracks. Some are bigger than others, like Jenna having a knife under her mattress. Or Trista killing herself. They are all different sizes, long, short, a variety of widths, but they originate from the same chasm. The first one cracked open on our wedding day. Millicent and I got married at her parents' house in a field surrounded by cilantro, rosemary, and oregano. She wore a gauzy white dress that hung to her ankles, and she had a homemade wreath on her head, made of daffodils and lavender. I wore khakis rolled up to my ankles and a white button-up, left untucked, and both of us were barefoot. It was perfect right up until it wasn't. 8 people attended our wedding. The 3 guys I went overseas with were there, including Andy. Not Trista. They were dating but not married, and Andy wasn't ready to give her any ideas. Abby and Stan, Millicent's parents, were there, and so was a friend of Millicent's from high school. The last 2 were neighbors. The ceremony was just that, an act, a ritual. Neither Millicent or I were religious. We were going to get legally married the following Monday at the Woodview City Hall. In the meantime, we pretended to marry, with Millicent's father playing the minister's role. Stan looked so official in a plaid shirt buttoned to the neck and his thin gray hair smoothed down with gel. He stood in front of their herb fields with a book in his hands. Not the Bible, just a book, and he almost said the right words. "Ladies and gentlemen, this young man wants to marry my daughter today, and I think he needs to prove himself." Stan pretended to give me the evil eye. "So make it good." I had written and rewritten my vows a dozen times, knowing I would have to say them out loud. The other people did not bother me at all. I was nervous about saying them to Millicent. I took a deep breath. "Millicent, I can't promise you the world. I can't promise I will buy you a big house or a fancy car or a giant diamond ring. I can't even promise we'll always have food on the table." She stared at me, unblinking. In the bright sun, her eyes looked like crystals. "I hope to give you all those things, but I have no idea if it will be possible. I do not know what will be in our future, but I do know we will be together. That's what I can promise you without hesitation, without any fear that I'd be lying. I will always be there for you, with you, next to you." I smiled a little because I saw a little tear in her eye. "And hopefully we'll be able to eat." 8 people laughed. Millicent nodded. "Well then," Stan said, turning to his daughter, "I guess it's your turn. Convince us this is the man for you." Millicent raised her hand and pressed it against my cheek. She leaned in, put her lips right next to my ear, and whispered, "Here we go." 41. At dinner, no one mentions the news or Jane Doe. She is here with us, but we do not acknowledge her. Instead, we talk about a celebrity who has gone to rehab. Again. We talk about a football game I did not see. We talk about what to watch on movie night. Rory wants to watch a college-aged comedy, and Jenna prefers a rom-com. The only current event we discuss is a mall shooting in the next state over. Sicko, Rory says. Jenna pointed at him with her fork. You're the one who plays shooting games. The key word being game. But you like it. Shut up. You shut up. Enough, Millicent says. Silence. When dinner ends, they both go upstairs and retreat to their rooms. Millicent and I stare at each other. She points to me, mouthing the words, "Was it you?" She is asking if I am the one who attacked Jane Doe. I shake my head and point to the garage. After the dishes are done and the kids are asleep, we go out and sit in the car. Millicent brings our leftover Halloween candy, and we share a bottle of sparkling water. She is wearing a bright blue shirt with short sleeves. I think it is new because earlier in the day I watched her car stop at the mall. You had nothing to do with this woman, she says. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do something like that without telling you. At least I don't think I would. I hope not. And I wouldn't do anything to make Jenna more afraid. Millicent nods. I should have known. Maybe Jane Doe is lying, I say. Possibly. Or maybe some random guy attacked her and she just thinks it was Owen. We don't know what she saw. There's a third option, I say. Is there? I unwrap a piece of chocolate, break it in two and give her half. What if he's really back? Owen? Sure. What if it was him? It wasn't. How can you be so sure? Because it would be stupid. Why would he come back right when everyone is looking for him? Good point. I am back in the beige office, waiting for Jenna to finish with her psychologist. The doctor called after hearing about Jane Doe, saying he wanted an extra session. He is afraid this new attack will make Jenna regress. I am not sure she has progressed enough to regress, but I take her anyway. Millicent says she is unable to make it, so I sit in the waiting room and watch her blue dot. My wife is at a house on Danner Drive. It is listed for just under $500,000. Then she drives to a deli. Sometimes she goes out to lunch with clients, but I have never known her to take them to a deli. Millicent is just a few minutes from the doctor's office, but she does not come here. She goes to a deli and she is still there when the office door opens and Jenna comes out. My daughter looks neither happy nor sad, which is about the same as when she went in. It is her turn to wait while I speak to the doctor. Dr. Beige. To me he is always Dr. Beige. The name is neither fair nor accurate, because only his office is beige, his personality is not. The doctor is a colorful, arrogant asshole. I have never met a doctor who is not. I'm glad I asked Jenna to come in, he says. This new attack was quite a surprise. Dr. Beige does not say Jenna was surprised, but it's what he means. This is how he gets around the doctor-patient confidentiality. It certainly was a surprise, I say. The important thing is to let her know nothing has changed. That she's safe. She is safe. Of course. We stare at each other. Have you noticed any changes in her behavior? He says. Any kind of change. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Jenna has been having some issues with her stomach. Nausea. And this started when? Not that long ago, and it's been getting worse. Is it possible these are connected? Oh, absolutely. Mental stress can absolutely manifest into physical issues. Has there been anything else? I pretend to think about it and shake my head. No, I don't think so. I wonder if he can tell I am lying. No one knows about the knife under the bed. Our talk is over when my phone vibrates. Millicent. Sorry I couldn't make it. How did it go? Her blue dot is just leaving the deli. Jenna is in the waiting room, doodling in a notebook while watching a daytime talk show. Her short hair makes her eyes look huge, and she is wearing a long t-shirt with her jeans and sneakers. I tell her we are going to grab a bite before picking up her brother. She smiles. Joe's Deli is a 7-minute drive by my watch. When I pull into the parking lot, Millicent is long gone. The deli has seen better days, perhaps because of the location. Joe's is in the older part of town, which has been losing the battle against the newer and shinier side. Inside, it is bright enough to see the scratches on the counter and display case. The meats, cheeses, and pre-made salads look a little warped, We are the only ones in the deli, and it is silent until Jenna spins the display of potato chips, which creaks, perhaps from rust. A woman appears as if she had been sitting down and suddenly stood up. She is plump and blonde and looks tired, but when she smiles her whole face lights up. "Welcome to Joe's," she says. "I'm Denise." "Nice to meet you, Denise," I say. "We've never been here before. What's your specialty?" She holds up a finger telling me to wait and disappears behind the counter. Her hand slips into one of the glass cases and she grabs a platter of sliced meat. She sets it down in front of us. Sugar spiced turkey. A little heat, a little sweet. Not too much of either. I look at Jenna. "Cool," she says. We get 2 sandwiches, hers on 7-grain and mine on a Kaiser roll, both dressed with only lettuce and tomato. "You have to be able to taste the turkey," says the woman. Joe's Deli has an outdoor patio on the side, not visible from the front parking lot. A few tables are scattered within a walled-in area. It is clean and neat, but without any character. After a minute it does not matter because the turkey is that good. Even Jenna is eating. "Did you find this place online?" Jenna says. "No. Why?" "Seems like something you do. Search for weird sandwich places." "It's not weird. It's good. Mom would hate it," she says. "It's not organic." "Don't tell her we came here." "You want me to lie?" I ignore that. "What do you think about your doctor? Does he help?" She shrugs. "I guess." "Are you still scared?" Jenna points. Through the side door of the deli, she has a view of the TV above the glass counter. The blonde woman is sitting on a chair near the register, watching the news. The headline says that Jane Doe will hold a press conference tomorrow night. 42. Millicent and Noir standing in the empty parking lot of the Ferndale Mall. The only sound comes from the highway behind us. It is Friday night, and Jenna is at a slumber party while Rory is spending the night with a friend playing video games. Jane Doe's press conference ended an hour ago. Millicent and I watched it at a popular restaurant and sports bar attached to the mall. The press conference was broadcast on every screen. The latest twist in our serial killer drama became a Friday night social, complete with chicken wings and beer. We watched it with another couple, the Reinhardts, who believed every word Jane Doe said. Millicent is leaning against the car, arms folded over her chest, a stray hair blowing in the breeze. She always wears something appropriate for the occasion, even for this serious occasion at a sports bar. Her black jeans are paired with a t-shirt that reads "Woodview Unity," a slogan that has popped up since Naomi's disappearance. Her hair is braided down her back except for that one strand. She shakes her head. "I don't like her," she says. "I don't like her story. I think of Lindsay being held captive. Maybe Millicent hadn't liked her either." "It doesn't matter," I say. "We don't know that." "So what?" "We just need to know more," she says. "You aren't thinking." "I'm not thinking anything." We stand in silence for a moment before Millicent turns and opens the door. I watch her get into the passenger side of my car. She shuts the door and looks over at me. I have not moved. I can almost hear her sigh as she opens the door and steps back out. She is wearing shoes with rubber heels, and they are silent as she walks to me. Placing her palms against my chest, she looks up at me. "Hey," she says. "Hey. You okay?" I shrug. "That means no," she says. It is my turn to sigh. Or huff. Breathe hard. Something. "We've screwed up, you know," I say. "Have we?" "I think so." "Tell me." I don't know where to start. Everything is so jumbled and I do not want to mention the wrong thing. Like Petra, whom I have never mentioned. Or Rory's blackmail. She knows about Jenna but not everything. Trista's suicide. The tracker on the car. Joe's Deli. There is so much Millicent does not know. And still I feel like there is so much more to discover. "The Owen thing," I finally say. "It's out of control." "I don't think so." "What about Jenna?" I should have seen that coming. Her response surprises me. It is not often she makes a mistake, let alone admits it. Because of this, I decide not to tell her what Dr. Beige said. It doesn't seem like a good time to tell her this whole thing is making Jenna physically sick. We are hit by headlights as a car comes around the corner of the mall. As it comes closer, I see it is not a car at all. The security vehicles for the mall are golf carts, and this one is driven by a middle-aged woman. She stops and asks us if everything is all right. Millicent waves to her. "Everything's fine." My husband and I are just discussing our son's grades. Oh, I understand that. Got 3 of my own. Then you get it. The guard nods. She and my wife smile at each other as some motherly understanding passes between them. Best move along though. The mall is closed. Thanks. We'll get going, Millicent says. The guard waits as we get into the car and drive away. When we stop at a red light, Millicent puts her hand on my arm. I was thinking we should enroll Jenna in a self-defense class. I think it would help her confidence. That's a good idea. And it is. I'll look into it tomorrow. Millicent's stop at Joe's Deli is not a one-time event. She goes again the next day at lunchtime, and she stays for 40 minutes before going to show another house. None of her other stops are out of the ordinary. She even looks at 2 different martial arts schools for Jenna and tells me about them after dinner, when we are alone in the bedroom. One of the schools teaches competitive taekwondo. They have meets and teams and compete for ribbons. But there's another one downtown for Krav Maga. It's a little more expensive but more geared toward self-defense. She could try out both, let her pick which one she likes. Millicent comes over and kisses me on the nose. You are so smart. I roll my eyes. She giggles. She does not mention the sandwich shop or the plump blonde woman with the big smile. I try to think of a way to bring up what she ate for lunch without asking, "What did you have for lunch today?" out of the blue. But I am not as smart as Millicent says because when I start rambling about how good my own lunch was, she does not reciprocate. She just nods and smiles while getting ready for bed, acting interested in my long monologue about a fictitious lunch. We go to bed without discussing Joe's Deli. In the middle of the night, I get up and go down to the library. We call it the library because we filled it with shelves and books and a big mahogany desk, but the only thing we use it for is private phone calls. I have also started using it to surf the internet in private. Joe's Deli opened 22 years ago. The business has had 2 owners, not related to one another, and the deli has always been in the same building. Rented, not owned. No trouble other than a slip-and-fall lawsuit filed by a man who claimed the floor was wet. It was settled out of court. No other crime, lawsuits, or serious health code violations. Joe's Deli is exactly as it appears, a run-of-the-mill deli. The fact that it is so normal makes the whole thing suspicious. Millicent had no reason to go there once, let alone twice. The satellite maps of the area show a freestanding building on what used to be a much busier road. Across the street there is a small used car lot. Next to that, a plumbing supply store, then a watch repair shop. If she had stopped there only once, it could have been a fluke. An out-of-the-way place that someone had told her about and she decided to try but quickly realized it wasn't her kind of place. I would even be willing to believe she stopped because she was thirsty and Joe's was the only place around, even though it was miles from her usual area. I would believe just about any one-off reason for her to stop at Joe's. Except that 2 days later she went back. She has another reason for going to Joe's. At first I think it's Naomi. Perhaps she was being held in that area, but Millicent didn't stop anywhere else. There are no empty buildings or shuttered businesses in the area, no place she could walk to from the parking lot at Joe's. It doesn't make any sense. Not unless she has developed a taste for unhealthy, non-organic sandwiches. And I know that hasn't happened. 43. After Holly, it never occurred to me there would be another. Not until Robin showed up at our door threatening to ruin everything unless I paid her. After Robin, it never occurred to me there would be another. Not until I wanted to do it again. The idea had been floating around for a while, first at the New Year's Eve party when Millicent and I talked about the other women. The conversation continued over the next few months, to the point that we looked up women online. The activity became our aphrodisiac. We talked about how we would kill them and how we would get away with it, and those nights always ended with amazing sex. Wild sex. In every place we could, provided the kids weren't around. If they were in the house, we struggled to be quiet. It was almost as if we were climbing a ladder. We joked about it, talked about it, picked out women, and planned it. Every time we escalated to one rung, we stepped up to another. Then someone suggested we do it for real. It was me. I said it while we were in the kitchen. It was late morning and we were naked on the cold tile. We had just found Lindsay online. Both of us agreed she was perfect. We should just do it, I said. Millicent giggled. I think we did just do it. Not that. Well, yes, that, but it's not what I meant. You meant we should kill Lindsay. I paused. Yes, I did. Millicent looked at me with a mixture of surprise and something else. At the time I wasn't sure. Now I think it was interest, or intrigue, but not revulsion. Did I marry a psychopath? She said. I laughed. So did she. The decision was made. Millicent has never reminded me about that night, never said it was my idea. Never said it was my fault. But I know it is. If it weren't for me, there would be no Lindsay, no Naomi, and Owen would not be back. Our daughter would still have long, shiny hair, and she wouldn't have a knife under her mattress. Or maybe it had been Millicent. Maybe she led me there all along. I don't know anymore. But a few days later, I am once again reminded of that decision. And the unintended consequences of it. The martial arts studios let Jenna sit in on a beginner's class to see if she liked it. First we went to Taekwondo. Half an hour later, Jenna shook her head at me and we left. She does not want to be in competitions, nor does she want to win ribbons and trophies. Jenna wants to fight off Owen. The following afternoon we went to Krav Maga. Unlike Taekwondo, the Krav Maga school does not require uniforms or belts, which Jenna liked a lot better than the white GI everyone at Taekwondo had to wear. Jenna preferred to wear her sweatpants and t-shirt. It never occurred to me that she would hurt the boy who was trying to teach her something, much less try to knock him out. The whole thing happened so fast no one saw it. Not even me, and I had been watching Jenna from a row of chairs designated for parents. One minute they were both standing up and the boy was showing Jenna how to form a proper punch. The next minute he fell to the floor and screamed in pain. A few drops of blood hit the mat and everyone lost their minds. What the? How did? Is that a rock? A mom in a turquoise jumper pointed to Jenna. She did it. She hit him with a rock. Pandemonium followed, along with a lot more screaming and big accusations. It took a few hours to sort out, in part because the boy's mother arrived and started yelling about why no one had called an ambulance. That made someone call an ambulance. And the police. 2 uniformed officers showed up and asked what happened. The boy's mother pointed at Jenna and said, "She hit my son." Understandably, the officers were confused because we were in a Krav Maga studio where people get hit on a regular basis. They also thought it was a little funny that the boy was hit by a girl. The man who owned the studio did not think it was funny at all. In the end, the boy was fine. The blood had come from a small cut on his lip and really was just a few drops. No one went to the hospital and no one got arrested, but Jenna and I were disinvited from the Krav Maga studio. Throughout the course of the afternoon, the boy's mother vowed more than once that she would sue. And on top of everything else, I was forced to cancel several tennis lessons, and pissed off at least one client. Once we were in the car, alone, I asked, "Why?" Jenna stared out the window. "You must have had a reason," I said. She shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe to see if I could hit that kid with a rock? Could knock him out." I do not point out the obvious. She did not knock him out. All she did was split his lip. "Are you going to tell Mom?" Jenna said. "Yes." "Really?" Actually, I had no idea. At that moment I could not even look at Jenna. She has never reminded me of Millicent. When Rory was born, he already had little tufts of red hair. Jenna was born bald. When her hair finally started growing in, it was the same color as mine, dark brown without a hint of red. Her eyes were the same as mine too. I was so disappointed. It was not personal. It was not anything Jenna had done or hadn't done. I just wanted a little red-haired girl to match my boy and my wife with the flame-colored hair. This was the picture in my mind, the image I had when I thought about my family. The real Jenna did not fit because she looked like my mother instead of her own. The first time she ever reminded me of Millicent was when she hit that boy with a rock. She looked just like Millicent did when she hit Robin in our kitchen. What I found sexy in my wife was horrifying in my daughter. 44. It is laddie night. Millicent and I are in her office. She works for Abbott Realty, a small pond of a business where she has been the big fish for years. The office is in a strip mall, sandwiched between a gym and a Chinese restaurant. Inside, it is empty and private, because no one is looking for real estate at this hour. The downside is the glass front, which means anyone can see inside. The open layout of the desks provides no cover, so we leave the lights out and sit in the back. If the circumstances were different, it might be romantic. Millicent knows about Jenna. A friend told her before I could, sending her into a rage. She called and yelled loud enough to make my eardrum vibrate, because she said I should have called her when we were still at the studio. She is right. Now Jenna is safe at home, asleep in her bed and not throwing rocks. Not throwing up. Not cutting off what's left of her hair. Millicent is calm. She even brought dessert, a single chocolate eclair. She cuts it in two and the halves are perfectly even. I take a bite of mine and she takes a bite of hers and I wipe chocolate off her top lip. She's not okay, Millicent says. No. We need to talk to her doctor. I can call. Is she like Holly? I say. Millicent sets down her eclair as if it's about to explode. Like Holly? Maybe it's the same thing. The same illness. No. But. No. Holly started torturing bugs when she was 2. Jenna is nothing like her. By that comparison she is right. Jenna screams whenever she sees a bug. She can't even kill a spider, let alone torture one. Then it's our fault, I say. We have to get rid of Owen. We've been trying to. I think the hunt for Naomi should end, I say. We should let her be found. How will that help? So we can get rid of Owen for good. When Millicent starts to point out the obvious, I hold up my hand. I know. Hard to get rid of someone that isn't even around, right? That would be one way to put it. He was a great idea, I'm not denying it. But we've caused so many problems. So many? Jenna. The people in this town. Women are really afraid. I am careful to omit what she doesn't know, like Trista. Millicent nods. I never meant to hurt Jenna. I know you didn't. I lean forward in my chair, closer to Millicent, so that she won't miss what I'm saying. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to fake his death without a body. Really, the only way is if he drowns in the ocean or a lake and is never found. But there would be doubt. And to make it halfway plausible, we would need someone credible to tell the story. Like Naomi, Millicent says. And what are the chances of letting Naomi do that? In the negative. Then maybe Owen doesn't die. Maybe he just leaves. I pause here, waiting for a reaction. When she doesn't say anything, I keep talking. Owen has such a big ego, he wrote to a reporter so everyone knew he was back and knew exactly when he would grab his next victim. So why wouldn't he tell everyone he is going to leave? He's the type that would brag about what he did. He would say, I told you exactly what I was going to do and when I was going to do it, and you still couldn't catch me. Now you'll never find me. Millicent nods a little, like she's thinking about it. I know it's not ideal, I say. But if Owen's gone, everyone will stop talking about him and maybe Jenna won't be scared anymore. The timing has to be right, she says. They need to find Naomi before you send another letter. Oh, absolutely. I'll take care of that first. Maybe we should do it together. She looks at me, her head tilted to one side. For a moment I think she is going to smile, but she doesn't. This is too serious now. We have moved beyond using this as foreplay. I can take care of Naomi, she says. You concentrate on the letter. You have to make everyone believe Owen has left. I want to argue and go with my idea, but instead I nod. Her idea makes sense. She sighs a little. I hope this works. Me too. I reach over and slip my hand into hers. We sit like this until she picks up what's left of my eclair and takes a bite. I take hers and do the same. A tiny smile appears on her face. I squeeze her hand. We'll be fine, I say. Millicent has said this before. She said it when we were young and broke with one baby and another on the way. She said it when we bought our first house and then the second bigger one. She also said it after Holly, when her body was lying in our family room, her head smashed by the tennis racket. While I stood over Holly, coming to grips with what I had just done, Millicent went straight to work. Do we still have that tarp in the garage? She said. It took me a second to process. Tarp? From when we had that leak. I think so. Get it? I paused, thinking we should call the police. Because that's what you do when you kill someone out of self-defense. You call the police and explain what happened because you did nothing wrong. Millicent read my mind. You think the police will believe Holly was a threat to you? She said. Me, the athlete. Me with the broken tennis racket. Holly with no weapon at all. I did not argue. I went out to the garage and dug through the shelves and plastic containers until I found the rolled-up blue tarp. When I returned to the living room, Holly's body had been readjusted. Her legs were straightened and her arms flat at her side. We spread the tarp out on the floor, and together Millicent and I wrapped the body like a mummy. "Let's move her into the garage," Millicent said. It was almost like she didn't have to think about it. I did what she said, and Holly ended up in the trunk of my car. I took her out to the woods and buried her while Millicent cleaned up the blood. By the time the kids got home from school, every sign of Holly had been scrubbed out. We did the same thing with Robin, only she didn't get buried in the ground. Her body and her little red car ended up at the bottom of a lake. Millicent is right. We have always been fine. Now it's my turn to make sure of it. Both halves of the eclair are gone, and Millicent brushes the crumbs into a wastebasket. We stand up to go, walking back through the dark office and out to the car. It's late. Even the Chinese restaurant is closed, but the gym is available 24 hours. It stands out like a single halogen star in a dark sky. Before starting the car, I turn to Millicent. She is checking her phone. I reach over and put my hand against her cheek, the same way she has touched me so many times. It makes her look up in surprise. "So do we have a plan?" I say. She smiles all the way up to her eyes. "Definitely. 45. The noise is gone." For the first time, as improbable as it seems, clarity comes all at once. Until I saw Jenna hit that boy, I never realized Millicent and I have been doing more than we realized. We have been destroying our own family. Owen's final letter is the easiest one to write. I have a goal now, to get rid of Owen, and it feels like I know how to achieve it. Though I will send it to Josh as I always do, the letter is really addressed to the public. I tell them they are stupid. I gave this to you. I tried to help you catch me by letting you know when the exact day I would take my next victim. I even gave you 2 weeks to prepare, to plan. Yet you failed. You didn't stop me, couldn't catch me, and because of you, Naomi is dead. Let there be no mistake, her death isn't my fault. It's yours. She knew it. Naomi had seen the same reports, had read my earlier letter, yet she was still out alone on that Friday the 13th. Naomi knew she had been stupid. She had faith though. Faith that you were looking for her, faith that you would find her. She was half right. If I had the time, I would tell you everything I did to her. Every mark, every cut, every bruise. But that would be redundant. You already have her body. Really, there isn't anything else to say. We played a game and you lost. Naomi lost. Everyone lost but me. And now I'm done. I came back and accomplished my goal. I have nothing left to prove. Not to you, not to myself. Goodbye. Finally. Once the final version is done, I tell Millicent. She has come to the club to pick up Rory, who played golf after school, and he is done before I am. Millicent stops by the tennis court, where I am waiting for my next client. Her flesh-colored heels thump against the cement as she walks toward me with a smile. Days have passed since our late-night conversation. Now that Jane Doe has gone public, she has been giving interviews to anyone who asks. She was impossible to avoid until Jane Doe number 2 arrived last night. Instead of having a press conference, she live-streamed her story on the internet, and the local news rebroadcast it. The woman is younger than the others, maybe still in college, and she has jet black hair, pale skin, and lips that look painted with blood. Jane number 2 is almost the opposite of Owen's typical victims, but she told almost the same story as Jane number 1. Only the parking lot was different, along with a few dramatic tweaks. This Jane claimed Owen hit her in the face, and she showed off a purplish bruise on her cheek. As soon as the live stream ended, my old friend Josh appeared on TV. Of late, Josh has been very serious, but last night he sounded almost sarcastic. He did not come right out and say he thought Jane Doe number 2 was a liar, but he may as well have. I cannot imagine anyone believed her. I know I didn't. The problem is that women like her are keeping Owen as the lead story on the news. I do not have to remind Millicent of this as she walks onto the tennis court. I'm ready whenever you are, I say. Her dark sunglasses hide her eyes, both from the sun and from me, but she nods. Hello to you too. Sorry. I lean over and kiss her on the cheek. She smells like citrus. Hello. Hello. The letter is ready? Do you want to read it? I want her to say yes, I want to watch her read it, but she's shack. When the waitress leaves, he shakes his head a little. Not really. Not really? Dad. Oh? I take a bite of my steak. Just tell me why we're here. I just want to know what new and exciting things are going on in your life, I say. Because it must be new and exciting if it's dragging you out of the house in the middle of the night. Rory's hands freeze midway through cutting his steak. I can almost see the options running through his mind. It was just once, he says. I say nothing. Rory sighs and puts down his silverware. Daniel and I both did it. We wanted to see if we could get away with it. Did he? As far as I know. And what did you two do? Nothing really. Went down to the field, kicked around a soccer ball. Wandered around. Plausible. At 14, it was thrilling just to be out of the house at midnight. But that didn't look like the first time he had climbed up to the window. He does not sneak out that night or the next. Not surprising now that he has been caught. But I am not only paying attention at night, I am paying attention to everything that has been ignored. In the evening, I watch him when he is texting, when his phone vibrates and he checks to see who it is, and when he is on the computer. On movie night, I watch as he keeps his phone hidden but checks it a lot. One time it rings, but the sound isn't rock music or a video game beep. It is a song I do not recognize, but the voice is a raspy female, who sings as if she is standing on the edge of a cliff. When picking the kids up from school, I get there early enough for a front row view of the doors. This is when I see the girl who is obviously driving my son crazy. She is a tiny blonde with rosy lips, milky skin, and hair that falls straight to her chin. She pushes it back while they talk and shifts her weight from one foot to the other. The girl is as nervous as he is. How long, I wonder? How long has he had this girlfriend or this almost girlfriend? If I had not caught him the other night, I would have missed it altogether. Maybe I would have lived my whole life without knowing about this little blonde girl that my son likes. Have there been other girls, blondes or brunettes or redheads, who have made my son as crazy as this girl has? Did I miss the first, the second, and the third? At this point I have no way of knowing. He would not tell me if I asked. He did not even tell me about the current one. And I did not notice, didn't have a clue until I made the effort. Otherwise it would have slipped right past me. I wonder if this is what happened with my parents. They never made an effort and I slipped right by them. 47. During dinner, all of our phones are lined up on the counter behind Millicent. We are eating mushroom risotto with leeks and baby carrots on the side, when my phone honks like a horn. Breaking news. Millicent reaches behind her and silences my phone. Sorry, I say. Sports app. She gives me a hard look. Phones are supposed to be silenced during dinner. The breaking news could be anything, but I know it isn't. My news app is filtered for Naomi's name and Owen Oliver, and the words body has been found. Technology is an amazing thing. It is also a horrible thing because now I have to sit through dinner until I can know more. This is worse than being completely ignorant for 20 minutes. When we are finally done, I grab my phone as the kids clear the table. Body of woman found. I look up at Millicent. She is standing in front of the sink, wearing an old sweatshirt and black leggings and a pair of my socks. I catch her eye, pointing at my phone. She gives me a tiny nod with a smile. You do not see the rest of the story until the dishes are done and the kids sit down to watch TV. At that point, I go upstairs into the bathroom and watch the news. It is perfect. Naomi's body was found inside a dumpster behind the Lancaster Hotel. She was last seen in that parking lot, not far from the same dumpster, after she got off work on that Friday the 13th. The last image of Naomi was on a security camera as she walked across the lot to her car. The cameras only covered part of the lot. Naomi's car and the dumpster were both in blind spots. Josh is standing across the street from the hotel, right where I used to park and watch Naomi. He looks buzzed on caffeine or adrenaline or both, and it's good to see him like this again. The Jane Doe women, especially the second one, seem to depress him. Now he is energetic, all full of innuendo and speculation, because not many real facts have been released. All we really know is that a dead woman who looks like the missing Naomi was found in the dumpster when it was being emptied by a waste disposal company. The police were called, the whole area was blocked off, and a press conference may or may not happen tonight, but he thinks it will. The one thing that does not come up is Naomi's past. Now that she is dead instead of missing, it would be unkind to say bad things about her. Josh does note that it has been weeks since he last heard from Owen Oliver Riley. I smile. The letter is addressed to the TV station, and it is marked personal and confidential for Josh. I imagine that when it arrives, the look on his face will be orgasmic, though he will not be happy to learn that this is his final letter from Owen. The letters have made Josh a star, at least locally, and there is a rumor he has been approached by a cable station. He would do well on a station like that. He is so serious and earnest it is hard not to believe him. Josh is one of the few who will have a better life because of this. Trista will not. Poor, dead Trista will never even be recognized as victim. And she was, even if she did take her own life. I do feel bad about her, mainly because she felt so bad about the others. It is hard to dislike someone so empathetic. The best we can do now is to prevent it from happening again. I go downstairs where the kids are arguing about what to watch next. Millicent threatens to send them upstairs to read if they don't agree on something, and suddenly the room goes quiet. The opening music of a teenage drama starts. It's Jenna's favorite, and somehow Rory manages not to groan. I suspect this is also because of the little blonde. She probably watches the same shows as Jenna. Millicent motions to me and we walk through the kitchen into the formal dining room that we use only for holidays and dinner parties. They found her, she whispers. Yes, her head. I don't need to. I trust you. Oh, I know. Just asking. She smiles and kisses me on the cheek. See you at home. Dinner at 6. Always. I watch her walk away. She does not go to Joe's Deli today. Today is all work, either at the office or open houses. I still watch the tracker, still check where she is going, but it is not because I want to know about Naomi. I already do. If she is not already dead, she will be soon. I watch the tracker because I like to watch Millicent. Another day goes by, then another, and Josh is back to counting down how many days have passed since Naomi went missing. I watch him on my phone all the time, waiting for the breaking news announcement about her body. Even when I wake up in the middle of the night, I feel an urge to see if anything is happening. On the internet, news can break at any time. Normally this is not a problem. But now that I am waiting for news to break, it is infuriating. And inconvenient. I go downstairs and out to the backyard where I check my phone. The news is the same as when I went to bed. Nothing is breaking, nothing is happening. It is like a boring rerun. But I'm not tired. At 2 in the morning the air is still and so is our neighborhood. No one in Hidden Oaks throws late-night parties or even plays loud music. I don't even see a light on in any of our almost mansions. I wish I could say this was our dream home, that we took one look at it and knew it was the place we wanted to be, the place we had worked so hard to get. It isn't true. Our dream home is a bit deeper into Hidden Oaks, where the houses become real mansions. The inner circle is for hedge funders and surgeons. We live in the middle circle, but only because of a nasty divorce, which led to frozen assets followed by a bank foreclosure. Because Millicent had sent that bank a lot of mortgage business, we were able to buy a house we should not have been able to afford. This is why we live in the middle of Hidden Oaks. We should be in the outer circle, but once again I found my way into the middle. The sound of rustling bushes makes me jump. There is no wind tonight. The noise comes from the side of the house. If we had a dog, I would assume it made the noise, but we don't. We don't even have deer in this area. The rustle comes again, followed by a creaking sound. With my phone in hand, I get up to investigate. Our back porch is about half the length of the house, from the kitchen to the corner. In the dark, I walk over to the far railing. The path along the side of the house is partially lit by a street lamp, and it's empty. No animals, no burglars, no serial killers. A soft scraping noise comes from above. I look up just in time to see Rory sneaking back into the house. I had no idea he'd snuck out. 46. Partying, drugs, girls. Or just because. These are the reasons Rory sneaks out of the house. They are the same for all teenage boys. I first snuck out to smoke weed. Next, I snuck out because it worked the first time. Eventually, it was because of Lily. My parents never knew. Or more likely, they never cared. And yet, even when Rory saw me sneaking out, it still did not occur to me that he was doing the same thing. This is how oblivious I have been. Instead of confronting Rory when I see him, I wait until the next day. This gives me a chance to see if there is anything I missed, anything I should know before having this conversation with him. His room is messy as always except for his desk. It is almost obsessive-compulsive but not officially, because he isn't particular about anything else. He doesn't care if his clothes are piled up or his books are all over the floor, but his desk is always orderly. Maybe because he never uses it. Normally, I would never search through his room. I have never done it before. But then I've never seen him sneak out before. My son has secrets, and in my book that warrants a search. Rory is at school. He has his phone with him, and he is not allowed to keep a computer in his room, so my search takes place in the analog world. The nightstand comes first, then his desk, the dresser, and the closet. I even look under the bed, under the dresser, and in the back of his sock drawer. It is the most disappointing search. No porn because he looks at it online. No notes from girls because they text. No pictures because they are on his phone. No drugs or alcohol because if he is using them he isn't stupid enough to hide them in his room. That's something I suppose. My son is not an idiot. I do not tell Millicent because she has enough to do. She does not know. If she did, Rory would already be grounded for life. But she doesn't know because she would never hear him. Millicent sleeps like a rock. I'm not even sure the fire alarm would wake her up. It's almost lunchtime when I'm done with that pointless search, so I head to the school. The office administrator sends a text to his teacher, who sends him to the office. Even though Rory and Jenna attend a private school, uniforms aren't required. They do have a dress code, so every day Rory wears khakis and a button-up. Today the shirt is white. His backpack hangs on one shoulder and his red hair needs to be trimmed. As soon as he sees me, he brushes the bangs off his forehead. "Everything okay?" he says. "Everything's great. Just thought we might spend the afternoon together." His eyebrows lift, but he does not argue. For now, being with me is still better than his afternoon classes. Lunch is at Rory's favorite restaurant, where he orders the steak Millicent never cooks for him. He does not question it until the waitress brings a soda, which we do not keep in the house. He knows something is up, so it is no surprise when he says, "What's up, Dad?" But it is a shock when he follows it up with, "Are you and Mom getting divorced?" Divorced? Why would you even ask such a thing? He shrugs. Because this is the kind of thing you do when you have to say something like that. Is that right? Yeah. He says this like everyone knows it. Your mother and I are not getting a divorce. Okay. Really, we're not. I heard you. I take a long sip of my iced tea and he does the same with his soda. He says nothing else, forcing me to begin. How is everything? Fine, Dad. How is everything with you? It's great. Anything new going on? Rory hesitates. Our food arrives, giving him more time to think about what I am really asking. I nod. They did. Waiting for official confirmation. Now you. I'll mail it tomorrow. Perfect. I smile. She kisses me on the tip of my nose. We go back into the family room and join the kids, but since we are watching live TV, we cannot help but hear about Naomi. The news is announced during a commercial break, and it is so quick there is no time to turn the channel. Rory's phone lights up. He picks it up and starts texting. Jenna does not react. She stares at the TV as if she were still watching her show, not news about a dead woman. Who wants ice cream? Millicent says. Rory raises a finger. Me. Jenna? Sure. 1 scoop. 3. Sure, honey, I say, getting up from the couch. Millicent raises her eyebrow at me and follows me into the kitchen. I get 4 bowls and everyone gets 3 scoops. She starts to say something and I cut her off. Let's not talk about sugar content tonight. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And it's true. Naomi will be on the news every night, and they will go over every detail of how she was found and how she was killed. It will get even worse when Josh receives my letter, because then they will spend hours debating if Owen is really gone or if he is just waiting for all of us to get complacent again. Eventually it will fade. Something else will take its place and Owen will be gone for good. But until then, 3 scoops of ice cream. We go back into the family room and the teenage drama has ended. Rory changes the channel and we watch the end of one show in anticipation of the next. In between there is a news break. Before Millicent has a chance to grab the remote, Josh is on our TV. He repeats the same information we heard on the other channel. When he is done talking about the discovery of Naomi's body, Rory turns to his sister. You think she was tortured? Yeah. More or less than the last one? Hey, I say. Because I do not know what else to say. More? Jenna says. Wanna bet? She shrugs. They shake on it. Millicent gets up and leaves the room. I take my ice cream bowl into the kitchen. My phone is about to die and I root through our junk drawer in search of a charger. They're always lying around but never when I need one, and there isn't one in the drawer. Next, I try the pantry because weird things end up in there. When Jenna was younger, I used to find her stuffed animals sitting around the cookies, protecting them. Now I find electronic gadgets. Tonight I don't. But on the bottom shelf, behind some cans of soup, I find a small bottle of eye drops. The kind Millicent is allergic to. 48. When I see the eye drops, I think of Rory. If Millicent used them to cover up the fact that she was stoned, then surely other teenagers have thought of the same idea. Maybe that's what he does when he sneaks out at night. Maybe he and his little girlfriend smoke weed. There are worse things. Much worse things. The pantry is not a logical place for eye drops, but I imagine he just stashed them there. Perhaps he had come home high and put them in at the last minute. Or maybe he thought no one would look on the bottom shelf behind the soup. Then again, it could be Jenna. Maybe she's the one who has been smoking. No, that doesn't seem right. Jenna wouldn't ruin her lungs. Soccer is too important to her for that. I take the bottle. On my way to the club, I wonder what would cause red eyes other than smoke or dirt or some other irritant. Allergies and fatigue, though neither is something to hide. Maybe hangovers. Maybe some new drug I've never even heard of. When Kekona arrives for her lesson, I am sitting on a bench staring at that bottle of eye drops. Kekona is so amped on gossip she bounces up and down on the balls of her feet like she is 6 instead of 60. As soon as she walks onto the court, she starts talking because she has to get it all out before leaving town. Every year, Kekona goes back to Hawaii for a month, and her trip is coming up fast. She is afraid of all she will miss, now that Naomi's body has been found. Strangled, she says. Like the others. I know. And the torture. All those damn paper cuts. My heart skips. Paper cuts. Police said she was covered with them. They were even on her eyelids. She shivers like it's cold outside. Paper cuts. I close my eyes, trying not to imagine Millicent doing this. Trying to erase the idea that she has turned our private joke into something so sick. It is only 11 o'clock in the morning. Earlier, they said her fingerprints had been filed off, but the police had Naomi's dental records ready. It was her. The police said this about the cuts? I say. Not officially. Just unnamed sources, Kekona says. But if you ask me, the weird thing is the timing. She pauses. So I ask, what about it? Well, the last woman was held for a year. But Naomi? A month and a half. Maybe Owen got tired of waiting for the police to find him. Kekona smiles at me. Kind of cheeky today, aren't you? I shrug and hold up a tennis ball, indicating that we should play, since that's what she pays me to do. Kekona stretches a little and swings her racket around. If this were a movie, the timing difference would mean something, she says. She's right, but for all the wrong reasons. Aren't you the one who said life isn't a horror movie? Kekona does not answer. Serve, I say. She serves the ball twice. I don't return her serves because she still doesn't want to volley. She wants to serve an ace. They also said she was burned, Kekona says. Burned? That's what they said. She had burns all over her, like she had been scalded. I cringe at the thought of being scalded on accident. Yet Millicent did it on purpose. I know it makes me sick too, Kekona says. She serves again and stops. This morning they said he might be recreating his old crimes. He burned another one of his victims, Bianca or Brianna. Something like that. They showed a picture of her this morning and she looks a lot like Naomi. I missed all of this. Not being able to watch the news at home can be a problem. That's odd, I say. Serve. She does, and I count 9 of them before she stops again, except this time she does not talk about Owen. She talks about Jenna. I heard about your daughter, she says. It does not surprise me that Kekona heard about the incident at Krav Maga. This used to be exactly the sort of thing we gossiped about. It just didn't involve my family. Yeah, I say, trying to think of how to excuse my daughter for hitting a kid with a rock. She had a bad day, flunked a test, forgot to take her medication? They all sound bad. They all sound like my daughter cannot control herself. Kekona walks over and pats me on the arm. Not to worry, she says. Your daughter is going to be a badass. I laugh. And I hope she is right. I would rather Jenna be a badass than any of the other options. When Keikona's lesson's over, I finally get to check the news. She is right about this former victim. Bianca and Naomi do look alike. Both had dark hair and that wholesome girl next door look. Bianca had also been scalded, though not with water. This similarity makes the media go back and look at Lindsay again, and now they have come up with an earlier victim who also had straight blonde hair. I think it is all a stretch. The media just needs something to talk about, and, without any real information, they have made connections that do not exist. If Millicent wanted to recreate a crime, the details wouldn't be similar. They would be exact. This news upsets me a little. On the way to work, I mailed the letter to Josh. It was early enough that the post office parking lot was empty, so no one saw the surgical gloves on my hands as I slipped the letter into the slot. But if I had seen the news, I would have changed the letter. I would have told Josh the media is wrong, and as usual they're just making things up. The old victims are not being recreated, so stop talking about all the various ways they were tortured. My daughter does not need to hear it. But I did not see the news, did not hear about Bianca, and now it is too late. In the clubhouse, Josh is on multiple screens, looking exhausted but wired. He is still standing across from the Lancaster Hotel. The daylight makes the building almost look gaudy. While we know Naomi George was the woman found in a dumpster behind this hotel, none of the other reports out there have been confirmed. However, our sources are telling us that Naomi had only been dead for 1 day before she was found. The GPS data for Millicent does not show anything unusual on that day. She didn't even go to Joe's Deli, only the school when she dropped off the kids, the office, several houses for sale, the grocery store, and a gas station. No indication of where Naomi had been held. Not unless it was inside one of the open houses. That seems unlikely, given that people go in and out of them all day long. Not that it mattered at this point because Naomi has been found. And tomorrow Josh will get my letter. He won't wait to get it on the air. Last time, I had expected the police to spend more time examining it, but the news about it came out almost right away. This one should be the same. It looks exactly the same, smells the same, and even the paper comes from the same ream. There will be no doubt it came from the same person as the others. If I were a gambling man, I would bet the letter will be all over the news before I even get home from work. But I am not a gambler. In 39 years, I have turned into a planner. Maybe even a pretty good 1.49. Hard to tell if I won or lost my imaginary bet. It is a matter of degrees, or in this case a matter of hours. My thought was that Josh would go live with the letter just before the evening news, so it would be on every channel by the time people sat down for dinner. Instead, it comes hours earlier while Jenna and I are at Dr. Beige's office. He thinks she needs therapy more often. I think she needs a new doctor. Since Jenna started seeing him, she has gone from cutting off her hair to making herself sick to hitting someone with a rock. Millicent and I divide up the appointments now. We both cannot take off from work 3 times a week, which is what Dr. Beige recommends after the Krav Maga incident. Today is my turn in the waiting room, where my options are therapeutic comic books, educational magazines, or TV. No one else is around, except a stern-looking receptionist who wears a jet black wig and ignores everyone. I turn on a game show and play along in my head. The story breaks about 10 minutes into Jenna's appointment. Josh appears on the screen, and after a brief introduction, he starts reading Owen's letter out loud. The receptionist looks up. As Josh reads the words I wrote, a chill runs up my back. When he gets to the end, to Owen's final goodbye, I have to stop myself from smiling. Owen really sounds like a cocky bastard in that letter. Goodbye. Finally. Josh rereads the letter 2 more times before Jenna comes out of Dr. Beige's office. She looks bored. The doctor is behind her. He looks pleased. Switch, she says. It is my turn to go into the office so Dr. Beige can feed me a bowl of his oatmeal-colored nonsense. Today I refuse. I apologize, but we just don't have the time. Would you be available for a call later? The good doctor does not look pleased with me. I do not care. That would be fine, he says. If I'm unable to take the call, just leave a... Sounds great. Thank you so much. I offer my hand and it takes him a second to shake it. Well then. Goodbye. Bye. As soon as we walk into the parking lot, Jenna looks at me sideways. You're being weird, she says. I thought I was always weird. Weirder than usual. That's pretty weird. Dad. She crosses her arms over her chest and stares at me. Want a hot dog? Jenna looks at me like I'd suggested we have a drink. A hot dog. Yeah. You know, a little tube of meat or whatever in a bun with mustard and... Mom doesn't allow hot dogs. I'll tell her to join us. I think Jenna's head explodes a little at this thought, but she gets into the car without another word. Top Dog serves 35 varieties of hot dogs including tofu. This is what Millicent orders. And she does not say a word when Rory orders 2 all-beef chili dogs. It feels like a celebration because it is. Owen is gone for good. The news is all over the TV screens mounted above our heads. Today, everything has gone according to plan and everyone seems to feel it. Can home go back to normal now? Rory asks. Millicent smiles. Define normal. Not on blackout. Back in civilization. She does, and I count 9 of them before she stops again, except this time she does not talk about Owen. She talks about Jenna. I heard about your daughter, she says. It does not surprise me that Kekona heard about the incident at Krav Maga. This used to be exactly the sort of thing we gossiped about. It just didn't involve my family. Yeah, I say, trying to think of how to excuse my daughter for hitting a kid with a rock. She had a bad day, flunked a test, forgot to take her medication? They all sound bad. They all sound like my daughter cannot control herself. Kekona walks over and pats me on the arm. Not to worry, she says. Your daughter is going to be a badass. I laugh. And I hope she is right. I would rather Jenna be a badass than any of the other options. When Kekona's lesson's over, I finally get to check the news. She is right about this former victim. Bianca and Naomi do look alike. Both had dark hair and that wholesome girl next door look. Bianca had also been scalded, though not with water. This similarity makes the media go back and look at Lindsay again, and now they have come up with an earlier victim who also had straight blonde hair. I think it is all a stretch. The media just needs something to talk about, and, without any real information, they have made connections that do not exist. If Millicent wanted to recreate a crime, the details wouldn't be similar. They would be exact. This news upsets me a little. On the way to work, I mailed the letter to Josh. It was early enough that the post office parking lot was empty, so no one saw the surgical gloves on my hands as I slipped the letter into the slot. But if I had seen the news, I would have changed the letter. I would have told Josh the media is wrong, and as usual they're just making things up. The old victims are not being recreated, so stop talking about all the various ways they were tortured. My daughter does not need to hear it. But I did not see the news, did not hear about Bianca, and now it is too late. In the clubhouse, Josh is on multiple screens, looking exhausted but wired. He is still standing across from the Lancaster Hotel. The daylight makes the building almost look gaudy. While we know Naomi George was the woman found in a dumpster behind this hotel, none of the other reports out there have been confirmed. However, our sources are telling us that Naomi had only been dead for 1 day before she was found. The GPS data for Millicent does not show anything unusual on that day. She didn't even go to Joe's Deli, only the school when she dropped off the kids, the office, several houses for sale, the grocery store, and a gas station. No indication of where Naomi had been held. Not unless it was inside one of the open houses. That seems unlikely, given that people go in and out of them all day long. Not that it mattered at this point because Naomi has been found. And tomorrow Josh will get my letter. He won't wait to get it on the air. Last time, I had expected the police to spend more time examining it, but the news about it came out almost right away. This one should be the same. It looks exactly the same, smells the same, and even the paper comes from the same ream. There will be no doubt it came from the same person as the others. If I were a gambling man, I would bet the letter will be all over the news before I even get home from work. But I'm not a gambler. In 39 years, I have turned into a planner. Maybe even a pretty good 1.49. Hard to tell if I won or lost my imaginary bet. It is a matter of degrees, or in this case a matter of hours. My thought was that Josh would go live with the letter just before the evening news, so it would be on every channel by the time people sat down for dinner. Instead, it comes hours earlier while Jenna and I are at Dr. Beige's office. He thinks she needs therapy more often. I think she needs a new doctor. Since Jenna started seeing him, she has gone from cutting off her hair to making herself sick to hitting someone with a rock. Millicent and I divide up the appointments now. We both cannot take off from work 3 times a week, which is what Dr. Beige recommends after the Krav Maga incident. Today is my turn in the waiting room, where my options are therapeutic comic books, educational magazines, or TV. No one else is around, except a stern-looking receptionist who wears a jet black wig and ignores everyone. I turn on a game show and play along in my head. The story breaks about 10 minutes into Jenna's appointment. Josh appears on the screen, and after a brief introduction, he starts reading Owen's letter out loud. The receptionist looks up. As Josh reads the words I wrote, a chill runs up my back. When he gets to the end, to Owen's final goodbye, I have to stop myself from smiling. Owen really sounds like a cocky bastard in that letter. Goodbye. Finally. Josh rereads the letter 2 more times before Jenna comes out of Dr. Beige's office. She looks bored. The doctor is behind her. He looks pleased. Switch, she says. It is my turn to go into the office so Dr. Beige can feed me a bowl of his oatmeal-colored nonsense. Today I refuse. I apologize, but we just don't have the time. Would you be available for a call later? The good doctor does not look pleased with me. I do not care. That would be fine, he says. If I'm unable to take the call, just leave a... Sounds great. Thank you so much. I offer my hand and it takes him a second to shake it. Well then. Goodbye. Bye. As soon as we walk into the parking lot, Jenna looks at me sideways. You're being weird, she says. I thought I was always weird. Weirder than usual. That's pretty weird. Dad. She crosses her arms over her chest and stares at me. Want a hot dog? Jenna looks at me like I'd suggested we have a drink. A hot dog. Yeah. You know, a little tube of meat or whatever in a bun with mustard and... Mom doesn't allow hot dogs. I'll tell her to join us. I think Jenna's head explodes a little at this thought, but she gets into the car without another word. Top Dog serves 35 varieties of hot dogs including tofu. This is what Millicent orders. And she does not say a word when Rory orders 2 all-beef chili dogs. It feels like a celebration because it is. Owen is gone for good. The news is all over the TV screens mounted above our heads. Today, everything has gone according to plan and everyone seems to feel it. Can home go back to normal now? Rory asks. Millicent smiles. Define normal. Not on blackout. Back in civilization. You want to watch the news? I say. I don't want to be banned from watching the news. Jenna rolls her eyes. You just want to impress Faith. And just like that, I know Rory's blonde friend is named Faith. Who's Faith? Millicent says. No one, Rory says. Jenna giggles. Rory pinches her and she squeaks. Stop it, she says. Shut up. You shut up. Wait, are you talking about Faith Hammond? Millicent says. Rory does not answer, which means yes. It also means Millicent knows Faith's parents, likely because she sold the Hammonds their house. Why didn't they catch him? Jenna says. She is staring up at the TV. Maybe we are not quite back to normal. They caught him before, Rory says. And he got out. So they can't catch him? They will. People like him don't stay free forever, I say. Rory opens his mouth to say something and Millicent shuts him up with a look. Everything I think of to say sounds stupid in my head, so I keep my mouth shut. Not even Rory speaks. No one does until Jenna says something. I don't feel so good. She rubs her stomach. Jenna had the barbecue and onion dog, which was almost as large as my chili cheese dog. I do not think it's the stress that has upset her stomach today. Millicent gives me the look. I nod. Yes, this is my fault for suggesting the hot dogs. Millicent grabs her bag and motions for us to go. She has been a good sport about the hot dog thing, considering we did not discuss it beforehand, and I take her hand in mine. We follow the kids out to the parking lot. And how's your stomach? She says. Perfect. Yours. Never better. I lean over and try to kiss her. She turns away. Your breath is disgusting. And yours smells like tofu. She laughs and I laugh and my stomach does not feel nearly as good as I claimed. As soon as we get home, both Jenna and I are sick. She goes upstairs to the bathroom, but I can't make it. I end up using the one in the hall. Millicent runs between the two, bringing us ginger ale and cold compresses. Sick as dogs. Rory yells. He laughs, and inside I am laughing with him. Tonight, everything is funny even while I am sick on the bathroom floor. Tonight it feels like I have exhaled. I didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. 50. That hot dog kept me up at night, so I sleep in a little the next morning. By the time I get out of the house, it's too late to stop at the Easy Go. Instead, I go to a coffee shop just outside the Hidden Oaks gate. It's the kind with $5 coffee and a male barista who has an obnoxious beard and stares at the TV. He shakes his head at it as he pours me a plain cup of coffee. I gotta stop watching the news, he says. I nod, understanding this more than he knows. It'll only depress you. Word. I did not know people still said word in a real way, but this big bearded fellow says it like he means it. I leave without asking about the news. They are still talking about whether or not Owen is really gone, but there is no real news. No updates. Just new ways of repeating the old. And already Owen is starting to fade. He is still the lead story but no longer dominates the entire broadcast. Just as I thought. And now my thoughts revolve around my family, my kids. About Rory's girlfriend whom I still haven't met. I did figure out the Hammonds live on the next block. It would take Rory all of 60 seconds to get from our house to theirs if he cut through the middle of the block. I should have known this already, should have known Rory was sneaking out, but I was too busy doing it myself. Now I am making up for lost time. Jenna has a new fascination with makeup. This has just started in the past week, perhaps because she is no longer trying to hide from Owen. I caught her putting lip gloss on before we left for school one morning, and Millicent said it looked like someone had been in our bathroom. And she still has that knife under her mattress. I'm starting to wonder if she forgot it was there. These are all things I would miss if I were still distracted by Owen, by Naomi and Annabelle and Petra. I cannot remember the last time I charged the disposable phone. And Millicent. We have talked about having a real date night. It has not happened yet, but when it does, we will not talk about Holly or Owen or anything of the sort. In the meantime, she has started an anti-hot dog crusade on the internet. I took the tracker off her car. Now, I want to look at my wife, not the blue dot representing my wife. Even work has been booming. I have 2 new clients because my schedule is no longer as erratic. Most of my day is at the club, and so when I'm not teaching, I have time to network. And I haven't spoken to him since he moved out of Hidden Oaks. He left right after Trista died. He put the house up for sale and I haven't seen him since. He no longer comes to the clubhouse. It doesn't seem right that I have let him disappear out of my life. In part, that's been because of my own schedule. But it is also because of Trista. I call him to see how he is. Andy does not answer and does not call back. I make a half-hearted attempt to search for him online, to try and figure out where he is living now, but I give up after a few minutes. I still have that bottle of eye drops, though I have seen no evidence that Rory or anyone is using drugs of any kind. It doesn't make sense why they are in the house, much less in the pantry. Eye drops don't need to be hidden. Kekona has gone back to Hawaii for a month, so my first client is Mrs. Leland. She does not like to talk about crime or Owen or anything of the sort. Mrs. Leland is a serious player who only talks about tennis. After her lesson is over, I have a minute between clients, just long enough to see a text from Millicent. I do not know what it means or what she is asking, so I text back. What? Midway through my lesson with a retiree named Arthur, Millicent sends me a link to a news story. The headline does not make sense. Owen is dead. I read the story once, then again, and the third time it becomes more unbelievable than the first. 15 years ago, Owen Oliver Riley was charged with murder and let go on a technicality. He vanished without a trace until recently, when the body of a young woman was found and someone claiming to be Riley sent a letter to a local reporter, taking responsibility for the murder and promising to kill another woman, even naming the day she would disappear. When a second woman's body was found, it seemed he had made good on his promise. The next letter claimed that he was done and would now leave for good. But was he ever here at all? No, says Jennifer Riley. Owen's sister contacted the local police last week and subsequently issued a statement. In a twist so shocking it hardly seems real, she claims that 15 years ago, after Owen Riley was released, both she and her brother moved to Europe. Neither returned to the United States, not even for a visit, her statement says, and they changed their first names and lived in Ano. You want to watch the news? I say. I don't want to be banned from watching the news. Jenna rolls her eyes. You just want to impress Faith. And just like that, I know Rory's blonde friend is named Faith. Who's Faith? Millicent says. No one, Rory says. Jenna giggles. Rory pinches her and she squeaks. Stop it, she says. Shut up. You shut up. Wait, are you talking about Faith Hammond? Millicent says. Rory does not answer, which means yes. It also means Millicent knows Faith's parents, likely because she sold the Hammonds their house. Why didn't they catch him? Jenna says. She is staring up at the TV. Maybe we are not quite back to normal. They caught him before, Rory says. And he got out. So they can't catch him? They will. People like him don't stay free forever, I say. Rory opens his mouth to say something and Millicent shuts him up with a look. Everything I think of to say sounds stupid in my head, so I keep my mouth shut. Not even Rory speaks. No one does until Jenna says something. I don't feel so good. She rubs her stomach. Jenna had the barbecue and onion dog, which was almost as large as my chili cheese dog. I do not think it's the stress that has upset her stomach today. Millicent gives me the look. I nod. Yes, this is my fault for suggesting the hot dogs. Millicent grabs her bag and motions for us to go. She has been a good sport about the hot dog thing, considering we did not discuss it beforehand, and I take her hand in mine. We follow the kids out to the parking lot. And how's your stomach? She says. Perfect. Yours? Never better. I lean over and try to kiss her. She turns away. Your breath is disgusting. And yours smells like tofu. She laughs and I laugh and my stomach does not feel nearly as good as I claimed. As soon as we get home, both Jenna and I are sick. She goes upstairs to the bathroom but I can't make it. I end up using the one in the hall. Millicent runs between the two, bringing us ginger ale and cold compresses. Sick as dogs. Rory yells. He laughs and inside I am laughing with him. Tonight, everything is funny even while I am sick on the bathroom floor. Tonight it feels like I have exhaled. I didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. 50. That hot dog kept me up at night, so I sleep in a little the next morning. By the time I get out of the house, it's too late to stop at the Easy Go. Instead, I go to a coffee shop just outside the Hidden Oaks gate. It's the kind with $5 coffee and a male barista who has an obnoxious beard and stares at the TV. He shakes his head at it as he pours me a plain cup of coffee. I gotta stop watching the news, he says. I nod, understanding this more than he knows. It'll only depress you. Word. I did not know people still said word in a real way, but this big bearded fellow says it like he means it. I leave without asking about the news. They are still talking about whether or not Owen is really gone, but there is no real news. No updates. Just new ways of repeating the old. And already Owen is starting to fade. He is still the lead story but no longer dominates the entire broadcast. Just as I thought. And now my thoughts revolve around my family, my kids. About Rory's girlfriend whom I still haven't met. I did figure out the Hammonds live on the next block. It would take Rory all of 60 seconds to get from our house to theirs if he cut through the middle of the block. I should have known this already, should have known Rory was sneaking out, but I was too busy doing it myself. Now I am making up for lost time. Jenna has a new fascination with makeup. This has just started in the past week, perhaps because she is no longer trying to hide from Owen. I caught her putting lip gloss on before we left for school one morning, and Millicent said it looked like someone had been in our bathroom. And she still has that knife under her mattress. I'm starting to wonder if she forgot it was there. These are all things I would miss if I were still distracted by Owen, by Naomi and Annabelle and Petra. I cannot remember the last time I charged the disposable phone. And Millicent. We have talked about having a real date night. It has not happened yet, but when it does, we will not talk about Holly or Owen or anything of the sort. In the meantime, she has started an anti-hot dog crusade on the internet. I took the tracker off her car. Now, I want to look at my wife, not the blue dot representing my wife. Even work has been booming. I have 2 new clients because my schedule is no longer as erratic. Most of my day is at the club, and so when I'm not teaching, I have time to network. And I haven't spoken to him since he moved out of Hidden Oaks. He left right after Trista died. He put the house up for sale and I haven't seen him since. He no longer comes to the clubhouse. It doesn't seem right that I have let him disappear out of my life. In part that's been because of my own schedule. But it is also because of Trista. I call him to see how he is. Andy does not answer and does not call back. I make a half-hearted attempt to search for him online, to try and figure out where he is living now, but I give up after a few minutes. I still have that bottle of eye drops, though I have seen no evidence that Rory or anyone is using drugs of any kind. It doesn't make sense why they are in the house, much less in the pantry. Eye drops don't need to be hidden. Kekona has gone back to Hawaii for a month, so my first client is Mrs. Leland. She does not like to talk about crime or Owen or anything of the sort. Mrs. Leland is a serious player who only talks about tennis. After her lesson is over, I have a minute between clients, just long enough to see a text from Millicent. I do not know what it means or what she is asking, so I text back. What? Midway through my lesson with a retiree named Arthur, Millicent sends me a link to a news story. The headline does not make sense. Owen is dead. I read the story once, then again, and the third time it becomes more unbelievable than the first. 15 years ago, Owen Oliver Riley was charged with murder and let go on a technicality. He vanished without a trace until recently, when the body of a young woman was found and someone claiming to be Riley sent a letter to a local reporter, taking responsibility for the murder and promising to kill another woman, even naming the day she would disappear. When a second woman's body was found, it seemed he had made good on his promise. The next letter claimed that he was done and would now leave for good. But was he ever here at all? No, says Jennifer Riley. Owen's sister contacted the local police last week and subsequently issued a statement. In a twist so shocking it hardly seems real, she claims that 15 years ago, after Owen Riley was released, both she and her brother moved to Europe. Neither returned to the United States, not even for a visit, her statement says, and they changed their first names and lived in anonymity. 5 years ago, her brother was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, she told police, and after several rounds of radiation he finally succumbed to his illness and passed away. His body was cremated, her statement says. Owen Riley's obituary did not appear in any U.S. newspaper. It was announced only in a UK paper under his pseudonym, Jennifer Riley claims. She provided a copy of it to police, along with a death certificate. Authorities are currently working to verify the information. Until recently, Jennifer Riley told police, she had no idea her brother had returned to the area where they grew up. She went on to say, "I wanted nothing to do with this. After leaving the area so many years ago, I wanted nothing to do with it." However, an old friend of mine reached out and convinced me to say something because the police were convinced it was Owen. I will state this as clearly as possible. The recent murders of 2 young women are tragic and heartbreaking. However, I need to make it clear that my brother had nothing to do with them. 51. My phone is laying on the cement court, the screen shattered. I do not remember dropping it. Or maybe I threw it. A hand is on my arm. Arthur, my client, is staring at me. His eyes are hidden under thick gray brows and they are crinkled up. Worried. "Are you okay?" he says. No. Okay is not what I am. I'm sorry. I have to go. It's a family. Of course. Go. I pick up my phone and bag and leave the court. On the way to the parking lot, I hear people say hello but do not see their faces. All I can see is that headline. Owen is dead. In the car with the engine running, it occurs to me I have no idea where Millicent is. Not without that tracker on her car. Through the broken screen I send her a text. Date night. Her reply. Date lunch. No. I'm already pulling out of the parking lot. The kids are at school so we meet at home. Her car is out front and she is inside pacing the length of the family room. Today her shoes are navy blue, and they do not make a sound when she walks. Her hair is shorter, cut above her shoulders, because she didn't want Jenna to be the only girl in the family with short hair. When I walk in she stops pacing and we look at each other. Nothing to say. Other than we screwed up. She smiles a little. Not a happy smile. Didn't see this coming. We couldn't have. I reach out to her and she comes to me into my arms. My heart is beating faster than normal and she leans her head against it. They'll start looking for the real killer, I say. Yes. She leans her head back and looks up at me. We could just leave. Leave? Move away. We don't have to live here. We don't even have to live in this state. I can teach tennis anywhere. You can sell real estate anywhere. The idea has just come to me as I am standing here with Millicent. Pick a place. You aren't serious. Why not? She moves away from me and starts to pace again. I can see her building lists in her mind, trying to figure out everything that needs to be done. It's the middle of the school year. I know. I wouldn't even know where to pick. We can figure it out together. She goes silent. I repeat the obvious. They're going to look for the real killer. This was never a problem before. No bodies had been found, not until Lindsay. Up until then, no one even knew there was a killer. They weren't looking for anyone. Now they are. And they know it was someone pretending to be Owen. They'll never know it was us, she says. Never? Millicent shakes her head. I don't know how. We basically split everything up. I never touched the letters. But wherever you kept Naomi, you never even saw it. What about you? Did anyone see you with? No. I never spoke to Naomi, I say. Never? Millicent is silent for a moment. That's good then. No one saw you with her. No. And Lindsay? I shake my head. Lindsay and I spoke while hiking. No one saw us. Good. Jenna, I say. I almost think we should move because of... Let's at least wait and make sure this is real. That it isn't some kind of hoax. I smile. The irony is too thick not to. Like Owen's letters. A hoax. Yes. Like that. The reminder on my phone beeps. My next client is in 15 minutes. Either I leave or I cancel. Go, she says. There's nothing we can do now except wait. If it's real, we'll discuss it again. I walk over and kiss her on the forehead. She puts her hand on my cheek. We'll be fine. We always are. Yes. The kids have already heard the news. We had planned to tell them together that evening at dinner, but they already knew. The internet and their friends are faster than us. If Rory cares, he does not show it. His hand is clasped around his phone, the lifeline to his girlfriend. Jenna's face is still as stone. Her eyes, normally so expressive, look right through us. She is not listening, not even here in the room with us. I do not know where she is. She does not speak until Millicent and I are done telling her what we have told her for weeks. You are safe. I don't think she believes us. I'm not even sure I believe us. Everything she thought was true is turning out to be wrong. Owen was never here. It was always someone else, and no one has any idea who. I cannot blame her for shutting down. I want to do the same thing. When we are done talking, Rory jumps up and heads for the stairs. Already texting. Jenna keeps staring. Baby? I say, reaching over to touch her hand. You okay? She turns to me, her eyes focusing. So it's all a lie. The killer may not even be gone. We don't know that yet, Millicent says. But maybe. I nod. Maybe. A minute passed, then another. Okay, she says, slipping her hand out from under mine. She stands up. I'm going upstairs. Are you feeling? I'm fine. Millicent and I watch her go. The rest of my evening is spent on the internet, researching a new place for us to live. I pee between sites about weather, schools, cost of living, and the news. It feels strange to not know what is coming next. Ever since I wrote that first letter to Josh, most of the news has not surprised me. I already knew what the letters would say and could guess how the pundits would analyze them. Not even Naomi's body was a surprise. I didn't know the details, but I knew it would be found. The only thing that surprised me was the paper cuts. Now nothing is familiar, nothing is expected. I do not like it. 52. I watch the story unfold on TV as if I am not involved. As if I'm just another spectator. And because I have no power to change the course of this story, I hope. Every time I turn on the news, I hope Owen's sister is a liar. But one night, I am outside on the back porch watching the 11 o'clock broadcast, and this is not what Josh says. He is in the studio tonight, wearing a jacket and tie, and his face looks like it was shaved minutes before the show started. Josh sounds like a serious reporter when he says that Jennifer Riley is coming back into the country. She wants to clear her brother's name. The urge to throw my phone again is stopped by a scraping sound on the side of the house. I get up and look. Rory. Only he would continue to sneak out after getting caught sneaking out. Or rather, only he could continue to get away with sneaking out after he was caught sneaking out. I wonder how many times I've missed him. He sees me just as his feet hit the ground. Rory was on his way out, not back in. Oh, he says. Hey. Going out for a little night air? He shrugs, admitting nothing. Come sit down, I say. Instead of sitting on the porch, we go out farther into the yard. We have a picnic table with an umbrella on the far side, in between the big oak tree and the dismantled playset. Rory says, you don't have a lot of room to talk about sneaking out. Days ago, when Owen was supposed to be gone forever, that comment might not have bothered me. I had been looking forward to talking with my son about his first girlfriend. Now it just feels like a chore. I point to one of the benches. Sit. Here. Us. Down. He does. First, I say, you may have noticed your sister has been having a difficult time. And I am sure you, her only brother, do not want to make her feel worse. He shakes his head. Of course you don't. So I know you won't tell her this little theory of yours about how I'm cheating on your mother. Theory? I stare at him. He shakes his head again. No. I'm not going to say anything. And I know you are not about to compare me to you and the fact that you are sneaking out late at night. Because you are less than half my age. You are not even close to being an adult. You do not get to sneak out. He nods. What? I say. No. I wasn't going to compare us. And I also know that if I ask you why you were sneaking out, you are not going to say it was to hang out with Daniel. Because that's not what you're doing, is it? No. You're sneaking out to see Faith Hammond. Yes. Perfect. I'm glad we cleared that up. Rory's phone buzzes. His eyes go back and forth between the phone and me, but he does not look at it. Go ahead, I say. It's okay. Don't keep Faith waiting. He checks the phone and sends a text while pushing that red hair out of his eyes. Faith answers right away and he sends another. The conversation continues and I wait until he puts the phone down on the table. Face up. Sorry, he says. I sigh. I'm not angry at Rory. He is just a kid who has discovered girls aren't so bad after all. He used to say girls were heinous and foul and most especially ugly. The quote is from a book he'd read and it always made me laugh. I would turn to Millicent and say, you're the one who brought them to the library every week. If we happened to be in the kitchen, she would snap the dish towel at me. Once she snapped it so hard it cut my arm. The wound was just superficial, barely breaking the skin, but Rory was impressed with his mother. Less so with me. And now he is leaving late at night to see a little blonde named Faith. Does she sneak out too? I say. Do you meet somewhere? Sometimes. But I can get up to her room too. I want to ban him from doing this, put a lock on his window, and call Faith's parents and say they are too young and it's too dangerous. Owen is dead and a killer is on the loose. Except it isn't true. I just have to pretend it is. Just like I have to pretend I don't remember my first girlfriend. You have to stop, I say. You've seen the news. It's too dangerous for both of you to be out alone at night. Yeah, I know, but... And you shouldn't be sneaking out at all. If I told your mother, she would lock your window and put cameras all over the house. Rory's eyebrows shoot up. She doesn't know? If she did, you'd be grounded until college. And so would your girlfriend. Okay. We'll stop. I take a deep breath. Just because I'm angry does not mean I am irresponsible. And since you have a girlfriend, do you have Protect? Dad, I know how to buy condoms. Good. So just text her at night, okay? See her during the day? He nods and gets up quick as if he is scared I might change my mind. One more thing, I say. And answer me straight. Okay. Are you taking any drugs? No. You don't smoke pot? He shakes his head. I swear I don't. I let him go. Right now, I don't have time to figure out if he is lying. When I'm not watching the news, all I can think about is what else we might have missed. All the ways we might get caught, all the forensic data I have learned about on TV. The DNA, trace evidence, fibers, it all runs through my mind like it makes sense to me, which it does not, but I know it will not point to me. I never said a word to Naomi, much less touched her. Any evidence they find will lead to Millicent. The first time I see Owen's sister is on TV. Owen was in his 30s when he was killing. Now he would have been about 50. Jennifer looks a little younger, mid-40s. She has the same blue eyes, but her hair is a dirtier shade of blonde. She is so thin her collarbone sticks out, as do the veins on her neck. They say the camera puts on 10 pounds, and if that's true, Jennifer must look sickly in real life. She is on every screen in the clubhouse, where the lunch crowd has stuck around for another cocktail so they can watch the press conference. This is the first time the public has seen Owen's sister. The police chief is on one side of her, the medical examiner is on the other. One has hair, the other doesn't, and their paunches are the same size. Jennifer says that she is Owen Oliver Riley's sister and that we are all wrong about these murders. I can prove Owen has not killed anyone in the last 5 years. I came all the way back here to make sure everyone understands that my brother is dead. Jennifer holds up a piece of paper and says it is Owen's death certificate, signed by a coroner in Great Britain and stamped with an official seal. She says it again. Dead. The medical examiner steps to the microphone and confirms what Jennifer has said. Dead. Next comes the chief of police, who goes on and on about how it was unavoidable that his police department had zeroed in on Owen, but they had been misled. He also confirms Jennifer's claim. Dead. We are all clear now. We believe her. Owen is dead and the police are going back to the evidence to see what they missed. But first, Jennifer has one more thing to say. I am sorry for the families. Sorry that so much time has been wasted focusing on my brother instead of looking for the real killer. An old friend contacted me about what was going on here in Woodview. When she begged me to come back, I knew I had to do the right thing. Jennifer motions to someone behind her, and the medical examiner steps to the side. The camera zooms in on the friend. My head spins so fast I almost lose consciousness. The woman who called Jennifer Riley is plump and blonde, and has a smile that lights up the screen. Denise. The woman from behind the counter at Joe's Deli. 53. The GPS trackers it's on the dashboard of my car. I flip it over on one side then the other and start all over again. It is the same thing I have been doing in my mind after the woman from Joe's Deli, Millicent's new favorite lunch spot, appeared on TV. Denise. The same woman who served Jenna and me. This is a coincidence. It must be. The fact that Owen is dead does not help Millicent and me. It hurts us. And if Joe's was an organic bistro serving roast beef from cows raised on organic grass, it would never occur to me that this is not a coincidence. But Joe's is not. It is a deli where organic is a word from another language. If I could ask Millicent about this new affection for cheap deli sandwiches, I would. But I am not supposed to know. This is information I acquired by spying on my wife. I'd never done it before. Thought about it but never did it. Not even back when Millicent was working with a man who liked her as more than a colleague. It was obvious from the moment I met him. Cooper. The one-time frat boy who never married and didn't want to. What he wanted to do was sleep with Millicent. Cooper was the one who went with Millicent to the conference in Miami. The weekend Crystal kissed me. I was convinced Cooper had done the same thing to Millicent. When they came back, that belief almost made me spy on both of them. I did not. At least not on her. But Cooper, I watched him long enough to figure out he wanted to sleep with every woman. It wasn't just Millicent. And as far as I could tell, they had not slept together. Now that I have spied on my wife, I see the problem with it. I cannot do anything with the information. The tracker is on my dashboard and I am sitting in the parking lot of the club staring at the gadget, because spying only leads to more spying. If I had known it was such a vicious circle, I would never have done it. As I go back and forth, Millicent texts me. Chicken pho for dinner? Sounds good. I wait for another text, one that says date night or has some reference to the news today, but my phone stays dark. When I get home, Millicent's car is already in the garage. I think about putting the tracker on it again but don't. She is making chicken pho in the kitchen. I start to help her, slicing vegetables while she adds fresh onion and ginger to the broth. The kids are not around. Upstairs? She says before I ask. Homework. Did you see the news? She purses her lips and nods. He's dead. They only said it 1,000 times. I smile a little. She does too. We cannot change the fact that Owen is dead. We are silent for a few minutes, working on dinner, and I try to come up with a way to mention Denise. The kids show up before an idea does. I reiterate that they shouldn't pay any attention to everything going on in the news. Nothing is going to happen to you. This directly contradicts what I told Rory the other night when I said it was too dangerous for him to sneak out, but Rory is not beating up kids with rocks. Jenna is. Still, he notices. He rolls his eyes at me. We haven't said a lot to each other since our talk in the backyard. I'm not sure if he is angry because he was caught sneaking out or angry because I asked if he used drugs. Probably both. When no one has anything else to say about Owen, the conversation turns to Saturday. Rory is playing golf. Jenna has a soccer game and it is Millicent's turn to go. I'm working. We will all meet for lunch. Owen does not come up again until later, after dinner is over and the dishes are done and the kids have gone to sleep. Millicent is in our bathroom getting ready for bed while I watch the news and wait for her. She comes out wearing one of my t-shirts from the club and a pair of sweats, her face shiny with lotion. She rubs it on her hands while staring at the TV. Josh is standing in front of the Lancaster Hotel, where Jennifer Riley is staying. He talks about the press conference, then cuts to the video. "I haven't seen this," Millicent says. No. I saw the story online." I turn up the volume. They show snippets from the press conference, including every time someone said the word dead. No one said Owen had passed away, not even his sister. When Denise comes on the screen, I look at Millicent. She tilts her head to the side. I wait. When the clip ends, she says, "That's weird." "What's weird?" "I know that woman. She's a client." "Really?" "She owns a deli. A pretty successful one too. She's looking for a house." Millicent walks back into the bathroom. Inside, I exhale. Denise is a client. It had never occurred to me that she'd have enough money to buy a house, at least not the kind of houses Millicent sells, and yet she does. I'm so stupid. Though I am relieved to know this has all been a weird coincidence, wholly caused by my own spying, our problem has not gone away. It's worse. Owen is dead and the police are looking for the real killer. The chief said a new detective has been assigned to the case. The detective is coming in from another precinct and will review the whole case with fresh eyes. I should have looked at Denise with fresh eyes. When Millicent comes out of the bathroom, the TV and lights are off. She gets into bed and I turn over to face her, even though it's too dark to see anything. "I don't want to move away," she says. "I know." She slips her hand into mine. "I'm worried." "About Jenna? Or about the police?" "Both." "What if we go out of town?" I say. "But I just said. I mean take a vacation." She is quiet. In my mind, I run through all the reasons we cannot go. The kids would miss school. We don't have extra money. She has several deals pending. I should not cancel on my clients again. The same reasons must be running through her mind. "I'll think about it," she says. "Let's see how things go." "Okay. Good." "The chicken pho was great," I say. "You're silly. Even if we don't go on vacation now, we should when this is all over." "We will." "Promise?" "I promise," she says. "Now go to sleep." 54. The new detective ace, a woman. Her full name is Claire Wellington, a name that sounds like her family dates back to the Mayflower, but I bet it doesn't. Not that it matters. Claire is a severe-looking woman with short brown hair, pale skin and brown lipstick. She wears no-nonsense pantsuits, all in dark colors, and never smiles. I know this because she is on TV all the time. Her idea of detective work is asking the public for help. I know someone in this community saw something even if they don't realize it. Maybe it was the night Naomi disappeared. Everyone was on guard that night and everyone knew something was going to happen. Or maybe it was when Naomi George's body was dumped behind the Lancaster Hotel. Please think back to that night, think about what you were doing, who you were with, and what you saw. You may have seen something and not even realized it. A website has been set up for people to send in information. Or they can stay anonymous and call a special tip line for anything related to Lindsay and Naomi. I do not like this development. All sorts of new information might be dredged up because of Claire's public relations tour on TV. Josh is already reporting that the police have dozens of new leads. The police have also made use of an innovative computer program developed at UF Sarasota, where students have written an algorithm that can sort through the tips and match words used repeatedly. The tips are then ranked in order from the most useful to the least. This all happens within days of Claire's arrival. It is bad enough that I have to see her on television. Now I also have to listen about how innovative and effective she is. Even at home she is unavoidable. Millicent has been insisting that we don't watch TV in the evenings, because Claire always pops up during the commercials. The local stations have started running public service announcements about the tip line. Instead of TV, we play games together. Millicent digs up a deck of cards and a rack of plastic chips, and we teach the kids how to play poker because this is preferable to watching Claire. Rory already knows how to play. He has a poker app on his phone. Jenna picks it up fast because she picks up everything fast. She also has the best poker face. I think it's even better than Millicent's. My poker face is terrible and I lose every hand. While we are playing, Rory mentions that there will be an assembly at school tomorrow. Millicent furrows her brow and then unfurrows it. She is trying to furrow less because of wrinkles. I didn't get a notice about an assembly, she says. That detective is coming to school, Jenna says. The chick, Rory says. Millicent's brow furrows again. Why is the female detective coming to your school? I say. Rory shrugs. Probably to ask us if we saw anything. Same thing she's been doing on TV. Daniel said she's going to all the schools. Jenna nods as if she'd heard the same thing. She's annoying, Rory says. But at least we get out of a class. Millicent gives him a look. He pretends not to see it and studies his cards. Well, I like her, Jenna says. You like the detective? I say. She nods. She seems tough. Like she's really going to get him. Oh, I'd agree with that, Rory says. It's like she's obsessed or something. It figures that the woman who might catch us also makes Jenna feel better. Everyone has a lot of confidence in her, I say. I hope I'll get to talk to her, Jenna says. I'm sure she is very busy. Obviously. I'm just saying. Jenna and Rory's school does not hold assemblies in the gymnasium. It has a special hall, and it is named after the donor who paid for it. When I arrive, the hall is packed with kids, faculty, and parents. With as much as Claire has been in the news, she is almost a celebrity. She is taller than expected, and even in a crowded room she is intimidating. Claire does not want to talk about herself, her past, or her experience. She begins by telling the kids that they are all safe. Whoever killed these women is not looking for you. He is looking for women who are older than all of you. Chances are you will never cross paths with the person who killed Naomi and Lindsay. Jenna is sitting with her friends just to the right of the stage. Even from the back, I can see her leaning forward, trying to hear and see everything. Rory is the middle, sitting with his girlfriend, and he may or may not be paying attention. Hard to tell. However, Claire says, if you have crossed paths with this killer, you may not even know it. You may have seen something that you don't even know is important. Anything that you think is unusual or that stands out could be important. She says the same thing she said on TV but with smaller words and shorter sentences. She ends by saying she will be available afterward if anyone wants to talk. This is why I am here. First, to make sure Jenna has a chance to meet Claire. Second, to meet her for myself. Jenna's friends are around, so she does not give me a hug. Together we wait to speak to Claire. A jumbled line of people has formed in front of her, and when our turn comes I step up to Claire and introduce myself. She is tall enough that we stand eye to eye. On TV her eyes look plain brown. Up close I see flecks of gold. This is my daughter Jenna, I say. Instead of asking Jenna how old she is or what grade she's in, Claire asks her if she wants to be a detective. I would love it, Jenna says. Then the first thing you need to know is that everything matters. Even the small things that seem like nothing. Jenna nods. Her eyes are so bright. I can do that. I'm sure you can. Claire turns to me. Your daughter is going to be a fine detective. She already is, I think. We smile at each other. She moves on to the next person, turning her back to us. Jenna is bouncing up and down on her toes. You think I can really be a detective? You can be anything you want to be. She stops bouncing. Dad, you sound like a commercial. I'm sorry. But it's true. And I think you'd be a great detective. She sighs and turns back to her friends who are waving at her. She brushes me off when I try to give her a hug. I gotta go. I watch her run over to her friends who react to her news with more enthusiasm than I did. Dad, failure number 79,402, and she's only 13. I am grateful for Claire, who is so careful about making the kids feel safe. She has made Jenna happier than I have seen her in a while. That still does not make me like Claire. In fact, now that I've met her, I hate her. 55. Before I have a chance to research our new detective, Jenna does. At dinner, we are treated to the life story of Claire Wellington as per the internet. Born in Chicago, college in New York, first job with the NYPD. She moved to the rural Midwest, where she became a detective and was part of a drug task force. Claire left the small towns for a bigger one, eventually getting promoted to homicide detective. She was part of a team that investigated a group of killings known as the River Park murders. They arrested the killer within 2 months of starting their investigation. Claire went on to become one of the most successful homicide detectives in her department. Her average clearance rate was 5% higher than everyone else's. She is as formidable as she looks. The kids and I are not the only ones who meet Claire. Millicent does as well. Claire needed a place to rent, because staying in a hotel is too expensive for the police budget, so she called the real estate office looking for a rental. Small, simple, and furnished with a monthly lease. Millicent does not handle rentals, but she was in the office when Claire stopped by. Early Sunday morning, when we are alone in the kitchen and the kids are still asleep, I ask Millicent what she thinks of Claire Wellington. She's very tall. She's smart, I say. And we aren't. We exchange a smile. Millicent has just returned from a run. She stands at the sink in her spandex and I admire the view. She catches me and raises an eyebrow. Want to go back to bed? I say. You want to show me how smart you are? I do. But I need a shower. Want company? She does. We start in shower and move to the bed. Our sex is cozy and familiar rather than passionate and furtive. Not a bad thing. When Rory wakes up, we are still in bed. I know it's Rory because he cannot shut a door without slamming it and his footsteps are heavy when he goes down to the kitchen. Not long after, Jenna gets up and follows the same routine. Bathroom and then kitchen, but everything is softer. Millicent is curled up beside me. She is naked and warm. The coffee is still on, she says. They'll wonder where we are. Let them. I have no intention of getting out of bed until I have to. I stretch out and close my eyes. The TV turns on, the volume loud. The kids are probably glad we aren't downstairs. Normally, we do not watch TV on Sunday mornings, so for them this is a treat. They flip between cartoons and a movie with explosions. I bet they're eating cereal, Millicent says. We have cereal? Organic. No sugar. We have milk. Soy. I do not say yuck out loud, but I think it. That's not bad then. I guess not. She snuggles a little closer. This is what life was like before Holly. Everything moved a bit slower, less frantically, without much excitement. The days blended together, punctuated only by big events. Our first house was so tiny, but it felt huge, at least until we outgrew it, followed by Millicent's first huge sale, Jenna's first day of school, our bigger house and bigger mortgage. The paper cut on Rory's hand. When Jenna was 4, she got sick with a cold that turned into bronchitis. She could sleep for only an hour or so before the coughing would wake her up. Millicent and I spent 3 nights sleeping in her room, me on the floor and Millicent in Jenna's little bed. Between the two of us, we helped Jenna get more sleep than us. I taught Rory how to ride a bike. He would never admit it, but he used training wheels for an extended period of time. Balance was not his thing. Still isn't. None of this was exciting, not at the time. They were routines and responsibilities with an occasional smile or even a laugh. Moments of happiness followed by long stretches of blurry, repetitive days. Now I want it all back. Maybe I have had too much excitement or this is too exciting, but either way it is not what I want. Hey, Millicent says. She sits up in bed, covered by the sheet. Her red hair is tangled. You hear that? Downstairs, the breaking news music blares out of the TV. It cuts off when one of the kids changes the channel to a cartoon. I roll my eyes. News breaks every 5 minutes. I pull Millicent back down on the bed into my arms, with no intention of moving unless the police break down our door. Probably some celebrity got arrested. Or died. Or a politician got caught cheating, I say. That's not even newsworthy. I laugh and bury myself deeper under the covers. My hope is that they have arrested someone for the murders. It would not be Naomi and Lindsay's killer, but it would be someone who has done other bad things. Someone who deserves to be locked up before he hurts someone. I imagine him as a disheveled, slovenly man who has crazy eyes. Okay, that's it, Millicent says. I'm getting up. She throws off the covers all at once like the old Band-Aid trick. It works. The bed isn't cozy without her. She throws on a robe and heads downstairs. I jump in the shower first. The kids are on the couch watching a teenage show about aliens. Their empty cereal bowls are on the coffee table, and I am surprised Millicent has let them stay there. I find her in the kitchen, standing next to the coffee maker. Her cup is tipped over and the coffee is running off the side of the counter onto the floor. She isn't even looking at it. Her eyes are focused on the little TV set she keeps in the kitchen. Josh is on the screen. He is standing in front of a woodsy area so thick with bushes I cannot see the building behind him, just the steeple high above the trees. I do not know the place or where it's located. The wooden sign in front of the church is weather-beaten and faded. Josh's mouth is moving but no sound comes out. The volume is too low. I do not need it anyway. The news is plastered across the bottom of the screen in red. How shavgo doorhouse of horrors? 56. For a second, I believed Millicent was upset because the news was horrific, because it was shocking, because it had nothing to do with us. Or I like to think I believed that. Within another second I knew it was her. The church was where she'd brought Lindsay and Naomi. A church? We are back upstairs in our bedroom, but the mood could not be more different. There is nothing sexy about a dungeon in a church. Our family does not go to church and never has. Millicent was raised agnostic. I was raised Catholic and lapsed early. Church is where we attend weddings, funerals, and bake sales. And even I think this location is one of the most disturbing choices Millicent could have made. The only place worse would have been a preschool. Millicent is no longer shocked by the discovery, nor is she scared. She has turned defensive. I needed a place. Somewhere they wouldn't even search. Keep your voice down. The kids are downstairs watching TV, but I am still afraid they will hear. No one found it, did they? Not when they were still alive. No. No one found the church until Claire came to town. According to Josh, they found the church because of a tip. Someone had seen a car in what used to be the parking lot but was now full of weeds. Millicent stood in front of me, hands on hips. She is still wearing her robe. Behind her, the TV is on in our bedroom. The press has not been let into the church, nor have any pictures been released, so Josh is repeating what his unnamed sources have said. A vile scene, chains attached to the walls, iron cuffs drenched in blood, even a veteran police officer was brought to tears, like something out of a movie. Millicent flipped her hand, brushing the words away. It is not drenched with blood. That room isn't a vault. It's a basement. And the church has to be 100 years old. Who knows what's taken place in there? But you cleaned it? Her eyes narrow. Are you really asking me that? I throw up my hands as an answer. Millicent walks up to me, her face closer to mine than when we were still in bed, but there is nothing cozy or warm about her. Don't you dare second-guess me. Not now. I'm not. You are. Stop. Her robe swishes as she turns around and disappears into the bathroom. I can understand her anger. She is angry the church was discovered and angry I am questioning her. But I would not have left that basement with a speck of blood in it. The whole thing would have been doused in ammonia or bleach or whatever gets rid of blood and fluids and DNA of any kind. Maybe I would have left behind a lit cigarette inside and let it burn, making it look like an accident. I never got the chance to do any of that because I did not know about the church. I could never bring myself to ask. Millicent decides we should all go to the movies this afternoon. Given the circumstances, the suggestion is absurd, but I tell myself it has to be better than watching the news all day. Yes, it's a good idea to get out of the house. Out of my head. Away from Josh. I repeat this as I get dressed, trying to shove aside that church and its basement. It almost works. I'm not feeling very well. For emphasis, I hold my stomach. Millicent gives me the look. Maybe some popcorn would help. No, you guys go ahead. Have a good time. They leave without me. I do not turn on the news. Instead, I drive out to the church. The TV is not good enough. I want to see it for myself, this place where Millicent kept Lindsay and Naomi alive. It is out on a lonely road between nowhere and nothing. The only buildings along the way are a boarded-up bar, a rundown gas station, and an empty ranch at the end of a private road. This is why I never spotted the church on the GPS. The ranch is up for sale, and the address showed up on the tracker several times. She could walk out the back door of the ranch and be at the church in minutes. No one from the road would be able to see her. The area is flooded with cars, TV vans, and looky-loos. I put on a jacket and baseball cap, and try to blend in with the crowd. Reporters are spread out in front of the church, and the steeple rises up behind all of them. They stand right in front of the yellow tape, which is protected by uniformed cops. Some are baby-faced. Others are bloated and on the verge of retirement. I have never been this close to Josh, never seen him anywhere other than on TV. He is shorter and thinner than he looks on screen. An older woman is beside me, her eyes shifting between all three reporters. Excuse me, do you know if they've said anything new? I ask. Since when? Her voice has a smoker's rasp. She has a thick head of white hair and yellowy eyes. About half an hour. No, you haven't missed anything. Through a thick block of trees, the top of a white tent is visible. It looks like the same kind used at weddings and kids' parties. What's that? The police set it up first thing. They call it home base. The chief's back there, says a man standing behind me. He is large everywhere, standing a good 4 inches taller than me and at least a foot wider. They want to make sure, he says. Make sure of what? Make sure it was just those two women, he says. And not more. God forbid, the woman says. There were two others, of course, Holly and Robin, but neither was kept in the basement. Not that I know of, anyway. A bright light flashes on as Josh goes live. Once again he mentions his sources, none of whom have names. They have given him more information about the underground room beneath the church, and he says they found something. On the wall, hidden in a corner, it looks like someone who was held captive tried to leave a message. 57. For a second I think about asking Josh if he has any further information. We have never spoken, I have never communicated with him outside of the letters, but this rumor about a hidden message makes me panic. Almost. Instead of doing something stupid like I have so often in the past, I step back. Consider. Evaluate. And I reach a conclusion. Nonsense. The story is all nonsense. Josh's sources are wrong. If it took the police less than a day to find this so-called message, there is no chance Millicent would have missed it. She may not know her son is sneaking out at night, but she can spot dust from 2 rooms away. She would not miss a message on the wall. And what kind of message would Naomi or Lindsay leave? Help. I'm trapped? It is unfathomable that Millicent told them her real name, so they wouldn't have been able to leave behind their abductor's identity. The hidden message must be a lie planted by Claire, no doubt to try and draw us out. Anyone who watches TV knows the police lie. This is likely enough to make me walk away. Go home. Talk to Millicent. When I arrive, the house is empty. I turn on the TV and surf through the news. Josh is still talking about this possible message but has no further details. A reporter on another channel repeats what Josh has said. The third reporter talks about the church. The Bread of Life Christian Church began with a single family and grew to a congregation of about 50. Old pictures show a stern-looking group with worn faces and tattered clothing. In later years, the group appeared to have prospered with a lot more bread. They were heavier and a few even smiled. They peaked in the 50s and then declined into nothing by the 80s. As far as anyone knew, the building has been empty for at least 20 years. Because it is Sunday, the blueprints from the city planning office are not available, but local historians suspect the basement was part of the original building. It may have been a room for cold storage. I surf between the channels, waiting for something new to happen. Millicent and the kids don't get home until about 5. They spent the afternoon at the movies and the mall, where Jenna got yet another pair of shoes and Rory got a new hoodie. Both run upstairs, leaving Millicent and I alone. Feeling better? She says. It sounds sarcastic. Not really. She raises an eyebrow. The TV is off. I have no idea how much news she has heard. They're talking about a message, I say. Hey, what? Millicent walks into the kitchen to start dinner. I follow her. A message on the wall. Left by someone held captive. Impossible. I stare at her. She is ripping up lettuce to make a salad. Yeah, that's what I figured, I say. Here, finish this. She slides the bowl and lettuce over to me. I was thinking of tuna melts tonight. I ate the tuna for lunch. All of it. Most. Behind me, the refrigerator door bangs open. She does not say anything, but I can hear her anger. The door slams shut. I suppose I can throw together an eggplant casserole or something, she says. Sounds perfect. We work side by side. She slices the eggplant and I grate cheese for the top of the casserole. When it finally goes into the oven, Millicent turns to me. The circles under her eyes are darker than ever. I'm sorry about earlier, she says. It's okay. We're both on edge with Claire and this church and all. Are you scared? No. Really? She sounds surprised. Are you? No. Then we're good, right? She slides her arms around my neck. We're great. It feels like we are. I go up to say goodnight to the kids. Rory's light is off, but he is awake and using his phone. Before I can say a word, he says, yes, I'm texting with Faith. And Daniel. And I'm playing a game too. Are you doing any of them well? He lowers the phone and gives me that look. It is the same as Millicent's. And I'm not smoking weed. As expected, he's still angry. So how is the girlfriend? I say. Faith. How is Faith? He sighs. Still my girlfriend. Not sneaking out tonight, are you? Only if you don't. Rory. Yes, father? His voice drips with smartass. What lesson do you want to teach me tonight? Good night. I shut the door before he can answer. I do not want to hear it. Not tonight. Jenna is just getting into bed and I sit down to talk to her. Both the kids already know about the church and the basement under it, the same way they know about everything faster than light. I wish there were a way to stop it because she is just so young. Not young enough to still sleep with stuffed animals, but young enough to keep them around. But she still knows too much about this kind of thing. Girls are abducted and locked up in books, movies, TV shows, and in real life. It would be impossible for her to have missed that, and she hasn't. They were chained up down there, weren't they? She says. I shake my head. We don't know yet. Don't lie. Probably they were. She nods and turns over on her side toward the nightstand. The light on top has a flower-shaped lampshade. Orange, of course. How's your stomach been? I ask. It's fine. Good. Why would someone hurt people like that? I shrug. Some people are just wired wrong. They think bad is good. I bet Claire catches him. I bet you're right. She smiles a little. I hope she is wrong. 58. The first pictures off the basement are surprising. It does not look like the medieval dungeon I have built up in my head. Instead, it looks like the unfinished basement of an old building. Dirt floor, old wooden shelves on the wall, an old staircase. Only the wall farthest from the stairs is different, because it is the only one that indicates what may have happened in that basement. The wall has been bricked over and covered in stucco. A jumble of chains and cuffs lie on the ground beside it. Claire introduces the pictures at an evening press conference, and I watch it from inside a bar. It is the same bar I was in when Lindsay's body was found. I nurse a beer and sit where I have a view of a front window. Across the street is the First Street Bar and Grill, where they make giant hamburgers to eat with their giant microbrews, and everything is cheaper than it sounds. Millicent is not a fan of burgers or beer, so we go there only to meet clients or attend a party. Claire goes through each picture and describes the details. There are close-ups of stains on the walls and the dirt floor. They look like rust, but she says they are blood. The bartender shakes his head. No one makes a sound. They are too busy drinking and watching. I cannot imagine Millicent leaving so much blood behind if that's what it is. Claire might be lying. Her eyes stare right into the camera, so it appears she is looking right at me. Or at the guy next to me. Or at the bartender. It is unnerving. I hate Claire's pantsuits. Tonight, it is navy blue paired with a dark gray blouse. She always looks like she's going to a funeral. Claire stands at a podium near the church, although it isn't close enough to see anything but trees. Not even the steeple is visible. The police chief and the mayor are on one side of her, and an easel is set up on the other. Large copies of the pictures are stacked on it, and a couple of uniformed cops flip through each one as Claire speaks. We are already running tests on the blood, comparing it to both Naomi and Lindsay. We also discovered traces of saliva, and those are being tested as well. She does not take questions. The whole press conference lasts about 20 minutes, which gives the newscasters and pundits time to dissect it. Claire didn't say anything about a message left on the wall, nor was there a photo of one. The bartender turns the channel to sports news. I order another beer and hardly touch it. 40 minutes later I see him. Across the street, Josh walks into the First Street Bar and Grill. It is his favorite restaurant. I came across this information by accident while driving down First Street a couple of nights ago. While stuck at a red light, I watched Josh get out of his car and head into the restaurant. The next night, I drove by again and saw his car parked out front. The third night, the same thing. On that evening, I walked by and saw him sitting at the bar, alone, drinking a beer while watching TV. I go across the street and sit a few bar stools away from Josh. Since I have already eaten dinner, I order a shot and a beer. Same as he does. I look at him and look away. Then I look back as if I recognize him. Without even glancing in my direction, he says, "Yes. I'm that guy from the news. I thought that was you. I see you on TV almost every night," I say. Josh looks a lot different in real life. His face does not look as smooth. The texture of his skin is uneven. His nose is red and so are his eyes. Too bad I didn't bring the eye drops. He sighs and finally turns to me. "Thanks for watching." "No, thank you for your reporting. You've really been the go-to guy on that big case, right? The women who were killed." "I was. You still are. You seem to know everything first." Josh drinks a third of his beer in one gulp. Are you one of those true crime freaks? Not at all. Just someone who wants this asshole caught. Cool. I motion to the bartender for another shot. Hey man, I say to Josh. Let me buy one. No offense, but I'm not gay. None taken. Neither am I. Josh accepts the shot. The bartender brings a couple more beers with it. Together, we watch the sports channel talking back and forth about this team or that one. I buy a couple more shots but pour mine into a peanut bowl when he is not looking. Josh drinks his and orders 2 more. When a soccer game starts, he nods to it. I bet on the Blazers. You. Same. What? You play? You look like you play. I shrug. Not really. He gulps down the rest of his beer and motions for 2 more. I used to play for this soccer team called the Marauders. We sucked, but people were still afraid of us. That was kind of awesome. Sounds like it. During a commercial break, an ad for the local news shows today's press conference. Claire Wellington is once again on the screen. Josh shakes his head and looks over at me. His eyes are not as clear as they were when I walked in. You want some inside information? He says. Sure. He points to the TV. She's a bitch. Really? It's not because she's a woman. Really, that's got nothing to do with it. But the problem with having a woman in charge is that they have to change everything. Prove themselves, you know? And it's not their fault they have to do that, I get it. I just wish they didn't screw everything up. Is that right? That's 1,000,000% right. The young, earnest reporter I have been watching is not the person he is on TV. I don't know why I expected him to be. I order a couple more shots. Josh drinks his and slams the glass on the bar. A couple days ago, I reported something a source told me. The next day he calls and says I can't talk about it anymore. Technically, the police can get fired for talking to the press. She's just decided to enforce the rule. He throws up his hands as if this is an abomination. Even if they talk to me. And I worked with the police when I got those letters from Owen. Or whoever sent them. I didn't have to do that. I could have just read them on the air without telling the police at all. What does that mean? I say. Your sources won't tell you anything? Oh, they still tell me stuff. I'm just not allowed to report it on the air. Well, I guess I could, but I'm a nice guy. I don't want anyone to get fired, especially not someone I need. That bitch won't be here forever. Before I can answer, his phone buzzes. He glances at it and rolls his eyes. See, this is what I'm talking about. I get a tip from a source the second time I've heard this information, but I can't do anything with it. Why, oh, it says. Your eyes only. He lets out a big noisy sigh. Worst acronym ever. That sucks. No shit. Oh wait. I stare at the TV, not saying a word, hoping to convey that none of this matters to me. Because the less I care, the better chance he will tell me. It takes him 1 more shot. Okay, I have to tell someone, he slurs. But if you tell anyone, I'll deny I showed you this. At least until they make it public. You think they will? They don't have a choice. Josh slides the phone over to me. The text is on the screen, sent by someone named Jay. The whole thing reminds me a little of being Tobias. Until I read the text. Yo. There are bodies buried under the church. 59. It thought the text was going to be about the supposed message on the wall. Instead, it is about buried bodies. So what? I say. So what? Josh says. That church is over 100 years old. There's probably a whole graveyard of people buried there. I'm sure there is. But that's not what he's talking about. Josh leans in and lowers his voice a little. The smell of all that alcohol hits me in the face. Have you been out there? I almost say yes, but then remember I am not a true crime freak. No. They have this big tent set up, but it's behind a bunch of trees. That's where they're taking the bodies. You keep saying that. What bodies? The bodies in the basement aren't from 100 years ago, he says. They're women who have been killed recently. No. Yes. And I can't go on the air with it. Josh rambles on, complaining all over again about Claire and his sources. I'm not listening anymore. Naomi and Lindsay have already been found, which leaves Holly and Robin. Holly was killed out in the middle of nowhere, in the woods, and we buried her out there. Robin was killed in our kitchen. Her car and body are at the bottom of a nearby lake. I interrupt Josh. Do you know when this information will be released? Soon, I'm sure. They can't hide those bodies forever. He keeps talking, but I think only of Claire Wellington. It will take her about a minute to show up at our door, asking about Millicent's sister, Holly, and why she was never reported missing. Because we thought she just moved away. Because we didn't care. Because she used to torture my wife. Because she was crazy. I text Millicent. We need a date night. She turns me down. No date night. I'm at the hospital. I read it 3 times before throwing money on the bar and leaving First Street Bar and Grill without saying another word to Josh. Or maybe I say I have to go. I'm not sure. Millicent calls me as I'm trying to call her. She is talking fast and I've been drinking, so all I catch are the highlights. Rory. Emergency room. Fell from the window. I don't bother with the car because I'm close enough to run. The hospital is 3 blocks away, and I arrive to find Millicent pacing in the hall. As soon as I see her, I know. Rory is okay. Or will be. Millicent's fists are clenched, lips pursed, and it feels like an electric current is shooting out of her. If Rory was really hurt, she would be worried, crying, or in shock. But she isn't. She is bursting with anger. She grabs me and hugs me. It is quick and violent, and then she pulls back to sniff my breath. Beer? I say. What happened? Our son snuck out of the house to see his girlfriend. He fell climbing up to her window. But he's okay? He is. We thought his wrist was broken, but it's a bad sprain. He'll have to wear a sling. Why didn't you call me when it happened? I say. I did. I texted you. I pull out my phone. There it is, right on the cracked screen. Depending on the angle, it can be difficult to read. Oh God, I'm sorry. Forget it. You're here now. The important thing is he's okay. Millicent's anger is back, if it had ever really left. He's just grounded for a century. Someone giggles. Around the corner, Jenna is sitting in a waiting room. She waves. I wave back. Millicent directs me to a vending machine for coffee. It is bitter and burns my tongue and is exactly what I need. It settles me down instead of the opposite because my heart is beating too fast from the sprint over and the alcohol and my son in the hospital. Millicent disappears into the examining room to be with Rory. When they come out, Rory has a brace on his wrist and a sling on his arm. Millicent's anger has softened, at least for now. He does not look me in the eye. Maybe he is still angry at me, or maybe he knows he is in trouble. Hard to tell because right now I am torn between knocking him upside the head and hugging him. I ruffle his hair. If you don't want to play golf, you should have just said so, I say. He doesn't smile. He loves golfing. We get home after midnight. I check on Rory a few minutes after he goes to bed. Even he falls asleep right away. I sit down on my bed exhausted. My car is still at the First Street Bar and Grill. And there are bodies buried under the church. Millicent, I say. She comes out of the bathroom halfway through her nighttime routine. What? I was drinking beer tonight with Josh, the reporter. Why would you? He told me there are bodies buried in that church basement. Bodies? I nod, watching her. Her surprise looks genuine. Did he say whose bodies? She asks. I assume Holly and Robin. They aren't anywhere near that church. You know that. She walks away back into the bathroom. I follow her. You really don't know anything about the bodies buried down there? Absolutely not. There's just a pile of random bodies in a church basement. Jesus, I don't know. This is the same reporter who claimed there was a message on the wall. Where's that? She has a point. Maybe Josh has it wrong. Or maybe someone is feeding him lies to keep him from the truth. Fictional police do that all the time. And Claire might be just as smart as they are. Point 60. Now that Millicent has discovered that Rory has a girlfriend and has been sneaking out to see her, she wants to meet with Faith's parents to discuss the situation. The Hammonds are clients of hers, and they readily agree that we should all meet for dinner. Neither Rory nor Faith is invited. We are on the way to the restaurant, a traditional place with white tablecloths and a menu of comfort foods. Their choice, not Millicent's. They're reasonable people, Millicent says. I'm sure they are, I say. When we arrive, the Hammonds are already waiting at the table. Hank Hammond is small and blonde like his daughter. Corinne Hammond is not small and not a natural blonde. Both wear classic clothes and polite smiles. We get straight to the food. No one orders wine. Hank's voice is twice as big as his body. Faith is a good girl. She never snuck out until she met your son, he says. I can almost see the ball swing over to our court. Millicent smiles, polite and syrupy. I could say the same about your daughter, but blame isn't going to get us anywhere. I'm not talking about blame. I'm talking about keeping them away from each other. You want to ban Rory and Faith from seeing each other? Faith is already banned from seeing your son anywhere but at school, Hank says. I suppose that's impossible to avoid. You could homeschool her, Millicent says. That way they would never see each other. I put my hand on Millicent's arm. She shakes it off. Perhaps your son is the one who needs homeschooling, Hank says. Corinne nods. You really think that forbidding them to see each other will make them stop seeing each other? Millicent says. Our daughter will do as she's told, Hank says. I can feel Millicent biting her tongue because I'm doing the same thing. Corinne breaks the tension. Her voice is stronger than expected. It's for the best, she says. Millicent shifts her eyes to Corinne and pauses before saying, I don't make it a habit of just banning my kids from doing something. What? I guess that's where we differ, Hank says. Perhaps we should get back to the subject at hand, I say. I don't think we need to get into our parenting philosophies. Fine, Hank says. You keep your son away from my daughter, and that's the end of it. The check arrives and Millicent grabs it before Hank can. She hands it to me and says, We've got it. The dinner ends with a terse goodbye. Millicent is silent on the way home. Rory is waiting at the door when we walk into the house. He has a sprained wrist, cannot play golf, and he is grounded. Faith is the only thing he has or thought he had. I am not looking forward to telling him he has lost her too. Except we don't. Millicent walks over to Rory and places her hand on his cheek. All good, she says. All good? Really? Just don't ever sneak out again. I promise. Rory scampers off with his phone to call Faith, who will get a different message from her parents. Millicent winks at me. I wonder if this is how some girls learn to be so sneaky. From someone else's mother. The next day we get a call from the school. Jenna, not Rory. And this time it is not about a weapon or her stomach. Now it's her grades. She has always been an honor student, but her grades have fallen over the past month. Today she neglected to turn in a paper that was due. Jenna didn't even give her teacher an excuse. Neither Millicent nor I had a clue. Jenna has been such a good student I don't even check the weekly reports posted online. After a flurry of texts and calls, we decide to talk to her after dinner. Millicent begins by telling her about the phone call from school and then says, Tell us what's going on. Jenna has no real answer, other than some hems and haws and a shake of her head. I don't understand, Millicent says. You've always been an excellent student. What's the point? Jenna says. She stands up from the bed and walks across the room. If someone can just lock me up in a basement and torture me, what's the point? No one will do that to you, I say. Bet those dead women believe that. Another punch to the gut. This one feels like an ice pick. Millicent takes a deep breath. Ever since meeting Claire, Jenna seemed to be better. She talked about being a detective all the time. But it all stopped when we found out about the church. We go around in circles with her, trying to use logic to take away her fear. It does not really work. All we get is a promise that she will not flunk any of her classes. As we walk out of Jenna's room, I see a notebook lying open on her bed. She has been researching how many women are abducted and murdered each year. Millicent gets on the phone trying to find another therapist. This is on the third day without new information about the church. Claire holds a press conference every evening to repeat what we already know. Day 4 begins with a barking dog. We have several in the neighborhood, so there's no telling which one wakes me up at 5 in the morning, but it will not stop barking. I sit up in bed wondering why it never hit me before. A dog. One big enough to make Jenna feel safe, and protective enough to bark when someone is outside. Like Rory when he tries to sneak in and out. I could kick myself for not thinking of it sooner. A dog would solve so many of our problems. For once I am up before Millicent. When she comes downstairs in her running clothes, I am drinking coffee and researching dogs on the internet. She freezes when she sees me. Do I want to know why you're... Look, I say, pointing at the screen. He's at the shelter, a Rottweiler boxer mix. Millicent takes the coffee out of my hand and helps herself to a sip. You want a dog. For the kids. To protect Jenna and to keep Rory from sneaking out. She looks at me and nods. That's kind of brilliant. I have my moments. You'll take care of this dog? The kids will. She smiles. If you say so. I take that as a yes. On a break between lessons, I stop by the shelter. A nice woman gives me a tour while I explain what we are looking for. She recommends a few different dogs, and one is the Rottweiler Boxer mix. His name is Digger. She checks the paperwork and says he would be a good family dog, but the kids have to come to the shelter and meet him before they'll allow us to adopt. I promise the woman I will be back. The dog makes me feel a little optimistic. I stop at a drive-thru for an iced coffee and a panini. As I sit at the pickup window waiting for my lunch, the TV inside is visible. Claire Wellington is having another press conference. The words at the bottom of the screen make my heart jump. Additional bodies discovered in church. When the cashier slides the window open to hand me the food, I hear Claire's voice. The bodies of 3 young women have been found buried in the basement. I listen to the rest of the press conference in the parking lot on my car radio. 3 women. All were murdered recently. The police have to be wrong about the timing. There is no way someone buried bodies while Lindsay was. At least 2 of the 3 were recent enough for investigators to identify how they were murdered. Like the others, they were strangled. There are also signs of torture. I cannot catch my breath because Claire does not stop talking. We also found words written on the wall of the basement behind a shelf. While we do not have the DNA tests back yet, the blood type matches Naomi's. When Claire says the words on the wall, my heart stops. Tobias. Def.61. Naomi could not have written Tobias's name. She had never met him. I turn this over in my mind, trying to figure out how it happened. Lindsay knew Tobias. She knew he was deaf. But her body was found before Naomi disappeared. They could not have spoken, could not have exchanged information like that. Millicent was the only one. It does not make sense. None of this does. As I get my food and drive out, I turn on the radio to hear the end of the press conference. When it's over, the announcers keep talking. They say those words on the wall again and again. Tobias. Naomi didn't know about Tobias. Lindsay did. And Millicent. I pull over to the side of the road. My mind is so muddled I cannot think and drive at the same time. Tobias. I turn the radio off and close my eyes. All I see is Naomi in the basement of the church, chained up on that wall. I try to force it from my mind to think clearly. But I still see her, huddled in a corner, dirty and covered in blood. Makes me sick. Bile rises in my throat. I taste it in my mouth. I step out of the car, feeling nauseous, and the phone rings. Millicent. She is already talking when I answer the call. Flat tire, she says. Excuse me? You're sitting on the side of the road. I look up as if a drone or a camera is looking down on me, but the sky is clear. Not even a bird. How do you know where I am? She sighs. A big, exasperated sigh, and I hate when she does that. Look under the car, she says. What? Under the car. I kneel down and look. A tracker. Just like the one I'd put on her car. That's why I never knew about the church. She knew I was tracking her. The realization of what is happening explodes like a bomb in my head. There is only one person who could have written that message using Naomi's blood. I knew this when I heard about it. I've just been looking for another explanation. There isn't one. You set me up, I say. For all of them. Lindsay, Naomi. And the other 3. Don't forget about them. My mind is flooded with images of Millicent killing women alone, framing me for the murders. Now, I know what she has been doing while I was at home with Jenna all those days and nights when she was sick. The future rolls out in front of me like a bloody red carpet. I pull over to the side of the road. Close my eyes, lean my head back, and think of all the ways Millicent could set me up. All the DNA she has access to. Everything she could plant, could give to the police. That does not even include the people who knew me as a deaf man named Tobias. Annabelle. Petra. Even the bartenders. They will remember. Everything will point to me. My mind fights against this idea. Around in circles I go, mapping out an idea, following it to the end, realizing it will never work. Every path is blocked, every idea already thought of by Millicent. Feels like a giant maze with no exit. I'm not a planner after all, not like my wife. I pace up and down the length of the car. My head feels like it's being shocked again and again. Millicent, why would you do this? She laughs. Sounds like a bite. Open your trunk. What? Your trunk, she says. Open it. I hesitate, imagining what could be inside, wondering how much worse it could get. Do it, she says. I open the trunk. Nothing inside except my tennis equipment. Not a single racket out of place. What are you? The spare tire, she says. My phone, the disposable one. The one with messages from Lindsay and Annabelle. I reach inside the rim of the tire, but I don't find it. Instead, I find something else. Pixie sticks. Lindsay. The first one I slept with. It happened after that second hike. You're cute. That's what Lindsay had said. No, you're the cute one. Millicent's voice brings me back to now. You know, it's amazing what people will tell you when they're locked up for a year. What are you? She saw you the night we took her. Lindsay was waking up before you left. She was pretty surprised you weren't deaf, actually. A wave of nausea hits. Because of what I did. Because of what my wife has done. The funny thing, she says, is that Lindsay thought I was torturing her because she slept with you. I tried to tell her it wasn't like that, not at first anyway, but I don't think she ever believed me. Millicent, what have you done? I didn't do anything, Millicent says. You did. You did all of this. I don't know what you think happened. Do not patronize me with a denial. I bite my tongue until I taste blood. How long have you been planning this? Does it matter? No. Not anymore. Can I explain? I ask. No. Millicent. What? You're sorry it just happened and it didn't mean anything? I bite my tongue. Literally. So what are you going to do, she says? Run and hide or stay and fight? Neither. Both. Please don't do this. See, this is your problem. What? You always focus on the wrong things. I start to ask her about what the wrong things are but stop myself. I'm making her point. She laughs. The line goes dead. Ish'll get sick. I should vomit up whatever is in my stomach because when my wife of 15 years has set me up for murdering multiple women, this should make me sick to my stomach. Instead, it feels like my whole body has been injected with Novocaine. Not a bad thing because I can think instead of feel. Run and hide. Stay and fight. Neither is appealing. Nor is prison, the death penalty, lethal injection. Run. First I take stock. Car, half a tank of gas, panini, partialized coffee, and about 200 in cash. Credit cards I cannot use because Millicent will be watching. I wonder if there is time to make a cash withdrawal at the bank. Beyond that, my options narrow considerably. Can't keep the car for long unless I get rid of the license plate, and then there is the issue of where to go. Canada is too far. By the time I make it there, my picture will be all over the news. Mexico is the only driving option, and even that would be a stretch. It depends on how quickly this all plays out. My name and picture could be out within hours. I could fly out of the country, but then I would definitely need to use my passport. They would know where I landed. At no time did I prepare for this kind of escape. Millicent knows this. Running will get me caught. It also means leaving my kids. With Millicent. Now I get sick. On the side of the road, behind my car, I empty my stomach. I do not stop until there is nothing left. Run and hide. Stay and fight. I start to consider a third option. What if I just walk into a police station and tell them everything? No. Millicent might be arrested, but so would I. Claiming innocence is not an option because it is not true. There has to be a way, though. A way to implicate her instead of me because I never killed anyone. A deal could be made with the right lawyer, the right prosecutor, the right proof. Except I don't have any. Unlike Millicent, I have not been setting up my spouse for murder. You always focus on the wrong things. Maybe she is right. Maybe the why does not matter. But it will. The why is what will haunt me, what I will think about at night when I am lying in bed. If I am in a bed, maybe it will be a prison cot. She is right about the why. It's the wrong thing to think about. Run and hide. Stay and fight. The options repeat over and over, like those words written on the wall of the basement. Millicent stated these options as if they were the only ones that existed. As if it were an either-or choice. She is wrong. The options are wrong. First, I will stay. Leaving my kids isn't going to happen. And if I stay, I have to hide. At least until I can find a way to make the police believe me about Millicent. That means I have to fight. Stay, hide, fight. The first is easy. No running. The police. I could go to the police and tell them everything, tell them. No. Cannot do that. I have real blood on my hands and even a rookie will figure that out. And if I cannot go to the police, I will have to avoid them. Money. I have $200 in my wallet, and that will not last long. I head straight to the bank and withdraw as much cash as I can without triggering an alert to the IRS. Millicent will know about it because the tracker is still on my car. Millicent. How long did she know? How long has she been tracking me? When did she start to plan this? The questions are endless, unanswerable. With all we have been through, with all we have done together, it is unfathomable to me that she did not talk to me, ask me about it, even give me the benefit of the doubt. Instead, I had no chance, no opportunity to explain. Seems a little bit crazy. And heartbreaking. But I do not have time to think about either one. In less than an hour, my life has been reduced to its most base level. Survival. So far, I am not very good at it. Millicent knows where I am and I have no idea what to do next. Home. It is still where I always go. I grab what I can, clothes, toiletries, my laptop. The one we used to search for the women is gone, probably destroyed, but I find Millicent's tablet and take it. And photographs. I take a couple of pictures of the kids right off the walls. I also send them a text. Don't believe everything you hear. I love you. Before leaving, I turn off the GPS tracker but keep it with me. For a while, she will wonder if I am just sitting in our house. Maybe. But that is assuming I know my wife at all. I pull out of the driveway and drive down the street, having no idea where to go next. An empty building, a roadside motel, a parking lot? The swamp, the woods, the hiking trails? I have no idea, but it does not seem smart to be in a place I am unfamiliar with. I need somewhere quiet, somewhere I can think. Somewhere no one will bother me for a few hours. A complete lack of options and originality sends me to the country club. As an employee, I have a key to the office which I never use, along with the equipment rooms and the courts. I make a quick stop at the store for a bag of food, mostly junk, and stay out of sight until after 9 o'clock. That's when the lights are shut down on the tennis courts, and security locks them up for the night. This is where I go. The club has cameras inside the building. There are none on the courts. Everything about the tennis courts is familiar. I grew up here on these courts. This is where I learned to play tennis, but that wasn't all I did. My coach made me run around these courts endless times to get into shape. I won trophies here and had my butt whipped, sometimes on the same day. This was my escape. This is where I came to get away from my friends, school, and especially my parents. At first, I came here to see if they would look for me. When they never did, I used it as a hideout. I even had my first kiss here. Lily. She was a year older than me and far more experienced, or so it seemed. On Halloween night, about 1,000,000 years ago, my friends and I dressed up as pirates. She and her friends dressed up as baby dolls. We all ran into each other somewhere in the Oaks while trick-or-treating, and Lily told me I was kind of cute. I assumed that meant she loved me, and I think she did. One comment led to another, and it wasn't long before I asked if she wanted to go somewhere cool. She said yes. Cool might have been an exaggeration, but when I was 13 I thought it was cool to be outside the house at night with a girl. Lily didn't think it was too bad either because she kissed me. She tasted like chocolate and licorice and I loved it. For a second, I am so enveloped by this memory that everything seems okay. It is not. I am on this tennis court because the police are after me and I cannot go home. But thinking about Lily makes me realize I do have somewhere to go. The alarm on my phone wakes me up at 5. I jump up, gather my things and get into my car. Trying to sleep on a courtside bench gave me plenty of time to come up with a plan. The internet on my phone helped make it a good one. Turns out there are dozens of websites that explain how to disappear, how to go off the grid, how to elude the police, your boss, or your angry wife. Everyone wants to escape something. I drive out of town, down the interstate, and do not stop for at least an hour. Eventually, I pull into a gas station, turn on the GPS tracker, and attach it to the bottom of a semi. After taking the battery out of my phone, I stop at a convenience store and buy a cheap disposable. Then I head back to Hidden Oaks. The internet does not recommend this part, but the internet does not have children. If I didn't, I would keep driving, change the license plate on my car or get rid of it altogether. Take a Greyhound from state to state and eventually end up in Mexico. Not an option. Not when Jenna and Rory are still with my wife. Halfway back, I stop and buy a trunk full of groceries. I check all the papers looking for my own face, but I do not see it anywhere. The headlines are just those 2 words. Tobias Deaf. As I drive back toward home, I wonder if I am being stupid all over again. There are 2 gates at the Oaks. The front gate is where the guards are. You have passed them to get in. But Hidden Oaks is quite large. given that it has an entire golf course as well as hundreds of homes, so there is a back gate. Or rather, two of them. One requires a code, the second an opener like the kind used for a garage, but there are no guards. This is where I enter. Once inside, I drive past the less expensive homes, through the mid-range development, and finally arrive at a house twice as large as mine. It has 6 bedrooms, at least that many bathrooms, and a pool in the back. Keikona's house is empty because she is still in Hawaii. This is the most brilliant part of my plan. Or the stupidest. I will not know until I try to get in. This is where Lily lived. On that Halloween night, she became my first girlfriend. So many nights, I snuck out of my house and into hers. Just like my son does with his girlfriend now. It has been many years since I have done it, and the house has been repainted, remodeled, and updated. The locks have probably changed several times. But that's the thing about real estate. People always change the locks on the front and back doors. I am betting the lock on the French doors around back on the second-story Widow's Walk has never been changed. The lock on those doors never closed properly. It did not need a key. Climbing up is not as easy at my age as it was back then, but I am not worried about being seen. Keikona's house is deep in the middle of the Oaks, in the expensive area where everyone has more land than they need. The closest neighbors are barely visible from the front, let alone the back. Somehow, I make it up without falling, and sure enough, I know before I even try. The doors have been painted, maybe even resealed, but the lock is the same. I smile for the first time in 24 hours. Minutes later, I am inside and then back out through the garage. Keikona has 1 car and SUV, which leaves an extra space in her garage for mine. I bring in the groceries, take a shower, and get settled. For the first time, I feel like I have a chance. A chance at what, I am not sure, but at least I am no longer sleeping on a tennis court. When I open my laptop, problem number 1 hits. The wireless password. Keikona has removed the code sticker from the bottom of the modem, so the password does not come easily. It takes me far too long to realize the sticker is right on the refrigerator door. Once online, I search for a way into Millicent's tablet. It requires a 4-digit PIN. I know without trying that she would never use a generic birth date or anniversary. I need a better way. On the news, they won't stop talking about the press conference, about Tobias, and about the 3 women in the basement. I try to figure out who they are, who Millicent would have chosen. Women from our list? Women I had rejected like Annabelle or Petra. I hope it is not Annabelle. She didn't do anything to deserve Millicent. No, that wouldn't make sense. Someone has to be alive to identify a deaf man named Tobias. She couldn't have killed everyone who has seen him. Maybe Millicent chose strangers, women I have never even seen or spoken to. Or maybe that would be too random for her. I tell myself to stop. My mind is going in circles and getting nowhere. I keep working on the tablet, hoping to find answers. By the time the sun goes down, I am no closer to getting into it. It is 6 o'clock and I should be at home eating dinner. Tonight is movie night and I am not there. If my text didn't let Rory and Jenna know something is wrong, my absence will. I wake up thinking I am at home. I listen for Millicent downstairs, back from her run, making breakfast. Today's schedule runs through my mind. My first lesson is at 9. I roll over and hit the floor with a thud. Not at home. I slept on the couch in Keikona's great room. Her seafoam green sectional is huge, but I still roll right off it. Reality hits with the wood floor. The TV goes on, the single-serve coffee brews, the computer boots up. I spent the previous night making lists. What I know, what I don't know, what I need to know. How to get the info I need. The last list is a little short, because I am neither a hacker nor a detective. What I do know is that there are 2 ways to go about this. Prove she killed those women or prove I didn't kill them. Ideally both. On the night Naomi went missing, I went home and stayed with the kids, leaving Millicent alone with her. Same with Lindsay, I was with Jenna because she was sick. The kids are my alibi and they're not a good one. Once they were asleep, they cannot verify anything. But can I prove Millicent did it? Not any more than I can prove I didn't. Millicent's tablet is a larger problem than I thought. Although there is software available to reset a PIN, it can be done only if I am signed into the email address on the tablet. Another password I do not have and can't even guess. In the middle of the night, I resorted to reading hacker message boards populated by teenagers looking for the same thing I was. There could be another way. Maybe. But only if I can convince someone to help me. I spend half the morning wondering if it is better to ask now, before my face is all over the news, or after I am a wanted man. I try to imagine someone coming to me for help, someone who may or may not be a psychopath. Would I help them or slam the door and call the police? The answer is the same. It depends. And my options are limited. My friends are Millicent's friends, we share them. I have many clients, but most are just that. Just one possibility comes to mind, the only person who might be both willing and able to help. If Andy will agree. 64. The Golden Wok is a Chinese buffet 30 minutes outside Hidden Oaks. I have been there once on my way to somewhere else, and it is like every other Chinese buffet I've seen. I arrive early and fill up my plate with Mongolian beef, sweet and sour pork, chicken chow mein and fried spring rolls. Halfway through the meal, Andy Preston walks in and joins me. I stand up and offer my hand. He pushes it aside and gives me a hug. Andy is not the same man I knew before Trista killed herself. He is not even the same man I saw at her funeral. The extra weight he carried is gone. Now he is almost too thin. Not healthy. I tell him to grab a plate. The Chinese buffet was his choice. He left Hidden Oaks after Trista died, and Kekona told me he quit his job and spends his days on the internet, encouraging strangers not to kill themselves. I believe it. Andy sits down at the table and gives me a smile. It looks hollow. So what's going on? I say. How are you? Not great, but it could be worse. It could always be worse. I nod, impressed he can say something like that after what has happened to him. You're right, it can. What about you? How's Millicent? I clear my throat. Oh, he says. I need help. He nods. Doesn't ask a single question, because he is still my friend even if I haven't been much of one to him. All morning I have gone back and forth about how much to tell Andy about my situation. First, the tablet. I take it out of my gym bag and slide it across the laminate table. Can you help me get into this? It has a PIN code and I have no idea what it is. Andy looks at the tablet and then at me. His eyes look a bit more alert. Any 8-year-old could get into this thing. I can't ask my kids to do it. So this is Millicent's. I nod. But it's not what you think. No. No, I gesture to his plate. Finish eating. Then I'll tell you everything. I say, everything, but I do not mean it. After we are done, we go sit in his truck. It's an old pickup and nothing like the sports car he used to drive. What did you do? He says. What makes you think I've done something? He side-eyes me. You look like hell. You have a new phone number and you want to get into your wife's computer. As much as I want to tell someone everything, I cannot. No matter how far we go back, there are limits to friendship. Murder is one of them. So is keeping secrets about a friend's wife. I cheated on Millicent, I say. He does not look surprised. Not a good move, I'm guessing. That's an understatement. So she kicked you out and wants everything? The house, the 401k, the kids' college fund. I wish that was all she wanted. Not exactly, I say. Millicent wants more than that. Can't say I'm surprised. He pauses for a second, shaking his head. Now that you've gone and screwed it all up, I can tell you the truth. What truth? I never liked Millicent. She's always seemed a little cold. I feel the urge to laugh, but that seems inappropriate. She's setting me up for things I didn't do. Some very bad things. Illegal things, he says. Yes. Very much yes. He holds up a hand as if to stop me from saying more. So I was right. She is cold. You were right. He doesn't say anything for a few minutes. He runs his hand around the steering wheel, the type of thing someone does without thinking because they're too busy thinking. It's all I can do to keep my mouth shut, to let him decide how insane I am. If all you needed was to into that tablet, why tell me the rest? He says. Because you and I go way back. I owe you the truth. And because I'll probably be in the news soon. The news? What the hell is she doing to you? You're the first one who has seen me since yesterday, I say. Please don't tell anyone. He stares out the window at the neon Golden Wok sign. I don't want to know more, do I? I shake my head no. That's the real favor then, he says. Keep my mouth shut. Sort of. Yes. But I do need to get into that, I say, pointing to Millicent's tablet. It is sitting on Andy's dashboard. Will you help me? Again he is quiet. Andy is going to do it. He may not know it, but he has already decided to help. Otherwise he would have been gone by now. And by the way he looks, he may need this as much as I do. You've always been a pain in the ass, he says. And for the record, your tennis lessons are way too expensive. I smile a little. Noted. But you accused me of sleeping with your wife. You owe me. He nods. Give it to me. I give him the tablet. The waiting is the worst. Like knowing a bomb will go off but not when or where. I spend the next day in Keikona's theater room. It has a screen as wide as the wall, and distressed leather recliners. I watch Josh talk about Tobias nonstop. He even speaks to experts about what it is like to be deaf. I have to admit some of the information is interesting. It would have been useful to have back when I needed it. The breaking news music interrupts my musings. The picture on the screen makes my heart jump. Annabelle. Sweet Annabelle, the meter maid whose boyfriend was killed by a drunk driver. She is alive. And she is still cute as ever with her short hair and delicate features, but she is not smiling. She does not look happy at all when Josh introduces her as a woman who has encountered the deaf man named Tobias. It is not surprising that she is the first to come forward. She could not save her boyfriend, so she wants to save everyone else. Annabelle tells our story as she knows it, beginning with the moment she almost ticketed the car I claimed was mine. She explains how we bumped into each other on the street and I invited her to join me for a drink. She even names the bar. If Eric, the bartender, has not already come forward, he will. Annabelle leaves out nothing, not even the text she sent me. The police will now have that phone number. I wonder if Millicent will answer when they call. Last but not least, Annabelle says she spent the morning with a sketch artist. The drawing is released right after the interview ends. It looks exactly like me and, at the same time, nothing like me. I imagine Millicent watching this and critiquing the drawing, saying that the nose is a bit too big and maybe the eyes are too small. She would say they missed the mole by my ear or the shade of my skin is different. She would see everything because she always does. It will not be long before I am identified, although people must already be looking for me. My employer for one. Millicent must be acting frantic, pretending I have just vanished without a reason. Jenna and Rory, who knows what they think. I spend the rest of the day inside, afraid to go out while it is still light. It makes me think back to the day I married Millicent, at her parents' home in the middle of nowhere. I can see her in that simple dress, with her hair up and sprinkled with tiny flowers, like she was some kind fairy or nymph that came from another world. She was like that, everything about her was otherworldly. Still is, I suppose. I also think of what she said that day because it is so appropriate now. Here we go. The news starts to break faster, which is no surprise. The public has been given just enough information to provide more of it. The second person who claims to know Tobias is a bartender, but not Eric. This young man works at the bar where I met Petra. Josh, while overexcited about all the news, seemed rather disappointed in this young man, because he does not remember the exact day nor time he met Tobias. He remembers so little it is almost embarrassing, at least for him. To top it all off, he gets the drink wrong. Tobias never ordered a vodka tonic. I'm almost offended by this. I always believed Tobias was more memorable than that. Or maybe this bartender is just a moron. When nothing new is happening, everything is repeated. I see Annabelle's interview over and over. They repeat the best parts until I have them memorized. During commercial breaks, I wonder if my kids are watching the same channel. I know Millicent is. I can just see her sitting on the couch watching Annabelle on our big TV. In my mind, Millicent is smiling. Or scowling. Both. By the evening news, Eric shows up, but on another channel. Josh does not get this interview. The reporter who interviews him is a middle-aged woman, one of our more famous local personalities. Up until now, I have not seen her covering anything about this case. Not when Owen was back and not when he turned out to be dead. The fact that she has become involved worries me. A serious manhunt is about to begin, or already has, and they are all looking for me. Eric remembers more than the last bartender, beginning with the drink, gin and tonic. He describes my suit, right down to the type of tie I had been wearing. He remembers the color of my eyes, my tan, even the length of my hair. Each new revelation makes my stomach turn. Somehow, I managed to find the only bartender in town with a photographic memory. Within minutes, the other stations repeat what Eric said. It makes me a little sick to hear Josh repeat all those personal things about me. I wish I had known what a horrible person he really is. If I did, I never would have sent letters to him. Though I suppose I am not one to judge who is horrible and who is not. Hour after hour goes by, deep into the night, before the old movies and infomercials begin. I open my laptop and search the true crime sites. The sketch is everywhere, along with all the same interviews I just watched, and I scan through all the message boards. My name is not there, nor should it be. Not yet, anyway. 65. Edo not sleep for long. Within an hour of my waking up, the news stations have set up for a press conference by Claire Wellington. Coffee makes my stomach turn as I wait for it to start. Claire has not said anything good yet, and I know she will not this morning. A podium is set up at the police station. It is flanked by the U.S. and state flags and surrounded by microphones, cameras, and lights. 10 minutes after the scheduled time, Claire walks to the podium. She is not wearing a pantsuit. Today it a navy skirt and a matching jacket, which is similar to the type of suits Millicent wears, only not as tight. Somehow I know this is a bad sign. Claire begins with the sketch that has already been released, and she asks the community to post it at businesses, schools and civic buildings as well as on community websites. Although anyone who has not seen it by now doesn't have a TV or the internet, or is in a coma. But this is not why Claire is having a press conference. This is just her opening act. The main event comes next. Now I have an update on the 3 women we found in the church basement. Trying to identify them is a painstaking process, giving the varying amounts of decomposition. Their fingerprints have also been removed. She pauses, takes a deep breath. Despite the difficulties, the Woodview medical examiner and forensic investigators have done an amazing job. The first of these women has been identified, and her family has been contacted. Thanks to the hard work of a lot of people, this young woman can finally be laid to rest. Before she says the woman's name, a picture appears on the screen. I know her. Jessica. The cashier at the Easy Go where I get my coffee. She left not long ago. The guy who took her place said she was going to school in another state. I am shocked Millicent knew who she was. Millicent does not buy coffee or anything else at the Easy Go. She must have been following me for a lot longer than I realized. Maybe Millicent has always kept track of what I do. And who I speak to. This idea makes my heart beat too fast. I put down the coffee. On TV, a split screen has Jessica on one side and Claire on the other. The detective is still talking, explaining that the other women have not been identified. Now I know what Millicent has done. She has killed women I know who can be connected to me. Maybe this was part of her setup. Or maybe she thinks I was sleeping with all of them. Perhaps she has gone scorched earth, destroying everyone who could be a threat. My mind spins with who the other 2 might be. Not any of my clients. None have disappeared recently, and if they did, I would know. Wealthy people don't just vanish without someone looking for them. I run through all the women I know, particularly young women who fit Owen's profile. A number of them work at the club as bartenders, waitresses, retail sales clerks. I know all of them by sight and have said hello to most. Some have been there longer than others. Most are still there. They aren't dead in a church basement. Except one. Perky Beth from Alabama, a waitress at the club. We never had an affair. She was just a nice young woman, and sometimes we talked while I ate at the clubhouse. That was it. Not long ago, she left because of a family emergency back in Mobile. The manager of the restaurant told me that. No one questioned this. No one suspected anything had happened to her. No one showed up looking for her. If more time had passed, maybe her family would have. I get up and start pacing, first around the theater room and then throughout the whole house. Upstairs, downstairs, into all the rooms and around in a circle. One more. Millicent killed a 3rd woman. No one else has disappeared, not that I know of, so I wonder if it might be Petra. With Annabelle and the bartenders around to recognize Tobias, why not get rid of her? A ringing phone breaks through my panic. The only one who has my new number is Andy. It's you, he says. He does not mention the police sketch and does not have to. I nod at the phone as if he can see me. This is what I was telling you, I say. She's setting me up. Yeah, I got that part. But you failed to convey the magnitude of her anger. I said you didn't want to know. I told you. How is she even doing this? Again, I want to tell him, but I can't. I also do not have a good answer. If I knew, I would tell the police. He sighs. Right before he hangs up, he says, God damn it. And he still has Millicent's tablet. All day, I watch the news, scour my laptop, and look up my kids on the internet. My search comes up with nothing new, just some old articles in the local paper from Jenna's soccer team or Rory in a golf tournament. I look at the pictures I took from the house. They feel like they are from 100 years ago, back when I had a life that now feels like a dream. Nighttime. I'm out by the pool pacing around it. If Kekona had any neighbors, they would think I must be a madman, which I may be, but no one is close enough. Since no one is, I jump in the pool, clothes and all, and stay underwater until I can't. The air feels like a shock when I break the surface. It both wakes me up and calms me down. I climb out and lie down on the patio, staring up at the sky, trying not to wonder how much worse it can get. My life is just blown up and I should feel angry. I think the anger is there, bubbling under the surface, all mixed in with the sadness and heartbreak, the guilt and shame and horror. It will all come and it will all overwhelm me, but not yet. Not until I figure out how to get myself out of this mess. And get my kids. I fall asleep thinking of them. Just us, not Millicent. The sun and the birds wake me up. It's so peaceful here at Kekona's, so easy to pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. I understand why she rarely leaves the Oaks. Why would anyone willingly leave this for reality? I would not if I didn't have to. Eventually, I do go back inside and turn on the TV. Me. I am on that wall staring back at myself. My picture fills the screen, and my name appears at the bottom, along with a banner. Person of interest. Even though I am expecting it, I still fall to my knees. So fast. My whole life has fallen apart in less than a week. If it were not happening to me, I would not believe this is possible. Josh's voice makes me look up. He is talking, always talking, but today he is not a reporter. Because we met at the First Street Bar and Grill, he is the subject of the interview. The star. Most of what he says is a lie, and an abbreviated one at that. I approached him. I asked about the case. I begged him to give me the names of his sources. He skips the part about getting drunk, calling Claire Wellington a bitch, complaining about the information he had and shared but could not say on the air. I understand the police are calling this man a person of interest, and maybe that's all he is. I can only tell you what I felt. You know that feeling you get when something is just wrong? Like that little alarm goes off in your head, telling you to get away? That's how this guy made me feel. His remark is creepy enough to make me sound guilty, even though Josh had been in no condition to feel anything when I met him. I want to put the battery back in my real phone. To see if the kids texted me, if they're worried, if they believe what is being said about me. Or to see how many times the police have called. Instead, I am alone, trapped in Kekona's beautiful house without anyone to talk to. Until the phone rings. And I pick up but don't say a word. He is already talking. Those murders really upset Trista. I'm almost glad she can't see how many there are. If Trista were still alive, she would know Owen didn't kill these women. And she would have no reason to kill herself. I do not mention this. I remember, I say. She talked about it at the club. But you didn't do it. I did not kill those women. True. I only killed Holly and no one found her. If I find out different, call the police, I say. Turn me in. I was going to say I'll kill you myself. I take a deep breath. Deal. I got into this tablet. Can you tell me where you are? For your own good, you don't want to know, he says. I got it. We meet in another parking lot, not the one outside Golden Walk. My disguise is a baseball cap and sunglasses, and I have not shaved for 2 days. It isn't much, but no one is looking for me inside Kekona's SUV. I drive out the back gate of Hidden Oaks to avoid the guards. It is after dark because I will not go out during the day. I also won't let Andy see the car or the license plate, so it's parked 2 blocks away and I walk down to the lot. He is standing outside his truck with Millicent's tablet in his hand. No other cars are around, no lights on. The lot belongs to a boarded-up car parts store. Andy is standing a bit straighter than he was the last time I saw him. His chin is up. Whole damn county is looking for you, he says. Yeah, I got that. Andy turns around and sets the tablet on the hood, keeping it propped up with his hand. If you tell me you failed, I'll stop believing you're a genius, I say. I never fail. But I don't know if any of this is helpful. He swipes the screen, which lights up with a keypad. New code. 6374. First, the bad news. She must have known you took this because she wiped out everything in the cloud. Of course she did. Not to worry, there is some good news. She did have some information stored on the hard drive. She couldn't get to that. He shows me a few pictures. A couple of the kids, a few of open houses, and a snapshot of a grocery list. I shake my head. It's all too mundane to be useful. She liked games, Andy says. He opens a few match 3 games and crossword puzzles. Any hope I have blows away like a dead leaf. Of course there is nothing on the tablet. Millicent would never be so stupid. Also found a few recipes, he says, bringing up some PDF files. Stuffed mushrooms, huh? The spinach hummus dip sounds good. I sigh. You're an asshole. Hey, it's your wife, he says. Last but not least, her internet searches and the sites she visited. She cleared the history, but I recovered most of it for what it's worth. Not much. More recipes, medical websites about sprained wrists and upset stomachs, the school's online calendar, and a bunch of real estate websites. No smoking gun, I say. Doesn't look like it. I sigh. Not your fault. Thanks for trying. You owe me forever, you know, he says. If I don't go to jail for life. He gives me a hug before driving away in his old truck. I am alone again, in no hurry to get back to Kekonas. Even a big house can feel suffocating. Instead, I go back to the tablet, looking through all those real estate websites she visited. No one is perfect, I tell myself. Not even Millicent. Somehow, somewhere she made a mistake. My eyes are almost bleeding when I find it. 66. The website Millicent visited the most is a property database. She went to the site every day, researching sales records and real estate transfers, all of which were public information. Her browser recorded the addresses she researched. One of them is a commercial building at 1121 Brownfield Avenue. 6 months ago, a man named Donald J. Kendrick sold the building for $162,000. The building has been around for more than 20 years and has had one long-time tenant, Joe's Deli. Donald sold the building to an LLC owned by another LLC and then a third. Ultimately, the building is now owned by R.J. Enterprises LLC. Rory. Jenna. This is Millicent being clever because she would not see it as a mistake. Our children are never a mistake. This was on purpose. I think back to 6 months ago, realizing that it was right after she sold 3 houses in a row. Plenty of cash for her to use. Denise was never a client of Millicent's. She is a tenant. A tenant who just happened to know Owen's sister. Knowing Millicent, she spent hours researching Owen's history, his family, where they lived and went to school. She hunted until she discovered that Owen was actually dead, and then she found someone who could prove it. Like Owen's sister. She just needed to get her back in the country. Who better than an old friend? Especially an old friend with a demanding landlord. Someone who contacted Jennifer Riley and begged her to speak up about Owen's death. Millicent. All Millicent. And all within the past 6 months. Now I understand her reaction about the Jane Doe victims in the news. Millicent was convinced they were lying. She'd insisted that the real Owen had not returned. She already knew he was dead. Her dedication to ruining me would be admirable if it weren't so sick. Yet I still have no proof. Just an LLC and a commercial building, which even a bad lawyer would argue was an investment, not a plot to frame someone for murder. I drive back into Hidden Oaks through the back gate, using Kekona's remote to open it. Once inside, I have an urge to drive past my house. The sun is coming up and I wonder if the kids are asleep. They can sleep. If we lived anywhere else, they would be surrounded by reporters. Not here. The public does not have access. But I don't drive by. That would be stupid. Instead, I go back to Kekona's and turn on her giant screen. Me. It is all about me. Now that I have been identified, everyone has something to say about me and they all say it on camera. Former clients, co-workers, acquaintances, all weigh in on the fact that I am a person of interest. A missing person of interest. Nice guy. A little too smooth maybe, but what do you expect from a tennis coach? My daughter took lessons from him and now I'm just glad she's alive. Used to see him at the club. Always hustling for clients. My wife and I have known them for years. Never would have guessed. Never. Right here in Hidden Oaks? This is unbelievable. Really. Terrifying. Josh is now being interviewed by other reporters, because his talking to me makes him part of the story. My boss says I was the best tennis pro he has ever employed, and it's too bad I'm a sicko. And Millicent. She does not appear on camera, nor do they show a picture of her, but my wife releases a statement. My children and I ask that you respect our privacy during this unimaginably difficult time. I am cooperating fully with the police and have nothing further at this time. Short, sweet, and written by Millicent. Probably dictated by a lawyer, perhaps one of her clients. Someone who used to be my friend. Now I just have Andy, although if he knew the truth he would kill me. I think of Keikona, wonder if she is my friend, if she would believe me if she were here. We've known each other for at least 5 years, and we have relaxed into an easy banter at our lessons. Even when she misses a lesson she still pays, and when she has a party she always invites us. Does this make her a friend? I don't know anymore. I'm not used to being this alone. For 17 years, Millicent has been with me, and for most of that time so were the kids. I've had a family to worry about me. After the first few years back in Hidden Oaks, my old friends started to get married, move away, start their own families. It didn't seem to matter that they weren't around. I was busy enough without them. Now I see my mistake. Focusing only on my family has left me isolated and alone, except for one old friend who can never know the truth. My pity party is broken up by Claire Wellington, who I bet hates parties. She's that one who checks her watch, sips a glass of water and waits for an escape. I have no idea if this is correct, but I believe it anyway. She holds another news conference at 5 o'clock, just in time for the evening news. Today her suit is an ugly color of gray like flannel, though it isn't because this is Florida and that would be ridiculous. Her hair is dull and so is her skin. Claire is not getting much sleep and should probably stop working so much. As everyone knows, we have a team of people working to identify the women found in the church basement. 23-year-old Jessica Sharp was the first to be identified. Now we have identified the other two. She takes a deep breath and so do I. Easels are set up on either side of her. Both pictures are covered and a uniformed policeman reveals the first. I'm right. It's Beth. She is wearing no makeup in the picture, and her hair is pulled back into a ponytail. This makes her look about 12. Beth Randall was 24, originally from Alabama, and she was most recently employed as a waitress at the Hidden Oaks Country Club. Not long ago, her parents received a letter they thought was from her. Whoever wrote it claimed Beth was moving up to Montana to work on a farm. Millicent. I would know her sense of humor anywhere. The only thing she hated more than fishing boats was farms. At the same time, her employer received a letter saying that she had a family emergency and was returning home to Alabama to help. Neither knew their letter was a fake. Claire pauses for a moment as the cameras zoom in on the photo of Beth. She then turns to the other easel. I still think it must be Petra. I cannot think of anyone else who has disappeared or moved away. And I haven't checked on Petra in a long time. If I could have left the house, I might have. The policeman unveils the photo. This time I am wrong. It is not Petra. Crystal. The woman who used to work for us. The one who kissed me. I'd never even thought of her. Now that I think about it, I should have, but I haven't seen Crystal in more than a year. We haven't been in contact at all since she stopped working for us. Did Millicent know about the kiss? Is that why she killed Crystal? Or was she just collateral damage, part of Millicent's bigger plan? I may never know. Of all the questions I would ask Millicent, those would not be in the top 10. But my guess is that Crystal told Millicent. She was tortured into it. I do not want to think about that. The press conference is still on, and Claire introduces a man whose name I recognize from a documentary about Owen. He is a rather famous profiler, now retired, who is now an independent consultant and has written several true crime books. This man, this tall, thin, decrepit-looking man, steps up to the podium and says he has never encountered a killer like me. He kills women he knows in a peripheral way, such as this cashier, and he also has created a separate persona, a deaf man named Tobias, that he uses to find more victims. The variety of methods used may be what has kept him from being discovered for so long. Or maybe it's all a lie. But no one says that. Piece by piece, my life is destroyed like it was never real at all. It was just a line of dominoes set up by Millicent. The faster they fall, the less likely it seems I can get myself out of this. And still I watch. I watch until my eyes blur and my head feels like it's crumbling into my neck. Definitive proof. This is what I need. Something like DNA evidence on a murder weapon, or video of Millicent killing one of these women. I just don't have it. The phone wakes me up. In the middle of watching my personal apocalypse, I dozed off. Keikona's theater seats are just too comfortable. I pick up my phone and hear Andy's voice. Still breathing? Barely. I can't believe they haven't caught you. You underestimate my intelligence. On TV they're showing a picture of me at my high school prom. More like dumb luck, he says. On top of everything else there is the guilt. Andy believes in me because he doesn't know the half of it. Another profiler is on TV. He has a deep, twangy accent that makes me want to turn the channel. But I do not. The level of torture can be directly correlated to the level of anger the killer has for the victim. For example, the burns on Naomi indicate that the killer was furious with her for some reason. It's impossible to know if the rage came from something she did or someone she reminded him of. Likely we won't know that until he is caught. Now I turn the channel. And I see a ghost. My ghost. Instead, I go back to Keikona's and turn on her giant screen. Me. It is all about me. Now that I have been identified, everyone has something to say about me and they all say it on camera. Former clients, co-workers, acquaintances, all weigh in on the fact that I am a person of interest. A missing person of interest. Nice guy. A little too smooth maybe, but what do you expect from a tennis coach? My daughter took lessons from him and now I'm just glad she's alive. Used to see him at the club. Always hustling for clients. My wife and I have known them for years. Never would have guessed. Never. Right here in Hidden Oaks? This is unbelievable. Really. Terrifying. Josh is now being interviewed by other reporters, because his talking to me makes him part of the story. My boss says I was the best tennis pro he has ever employed, and it's too bad I'm a sicko. And Millicent. She does not appear on camera, nor do they show a picture of her, but my wife releases a statement. My children and I ask that you respect our privacy during this unimaginably difficult time. I am cooperating fully with the police and have nothing further at this time. Short, sweet, and written by Millicent. Probably dictated by a lawyer, perhaps one of her clients. Someone who used to be my friend. Now I just have Andy, although if he knew the truth he would kill me. I think of Keikona, wonder if she is my friend, if she would believe me if she were here. We've known each other for at least 5 years, and we have relaxed into an easy banter at our lessons. Even when she misses a lesson she still pays, and when she has a party she always invites us. Does this make her a friend? I don't know anymore. I'm not used to being this alone. For 17 years, Millicent has been with me and for most of that time so were the kids. I've had a family to worry about me. After the first few years back in Hidden Oaks, my old friends started to get married, move away, start their own families. It didn't seem to matter that they weren't around. I was busy enough without them. Now I see my mistake. Focusing only on my family has left me isolated and alone, except for one old friend who can never know the truth. My pity party is broken up by Claire Wellington, who I bet hates parties. She's that one who checks her watch, sips a glass of water and waits for an escape. I have no idea if this is correct, but I believe it anyway. She holds another news conference at 5 o'clock, just in time for the evening news. Today her suit is an ugly color of gray like flannel, though it isn't because this is Florida and that would be ridiculous. Her hair is dull and so is her skin. Claire is not getting much sleep and should probably stop working so much. As everyone knows, we have a team of people working to identify the women found in the church basement. 23-year-old Jessica Sharp was the first to be identified. Now we have identified the other two. She takes a deep breath and so do I. Easels are set up on either side of her. Both pictures are covered and a uniformed policeman reveals the first. I'm right. It's Beth. She is wearing no makeup in the picture, and her hair is pulled back into a ponytail. This makes her look about 12. Beth Randall was 24, originally from Alabama, and she was most recently employed as a waitress at the Hidden Oaks Country Club. Not long ago, her parents received a letter they thought was from her. Whoever wrote it claimed Beth was moving up to Montana to work on a farm. Millicent. I would know her sense of humor anywhere. The only thing she hated more than fishing boats was farms. At the same time, her employer received a letter saying that she had a family emergency and was returning home to Alabama to help. Neither knew their letter was a fake. Claire pauses for a moment as the cameras zoom in on the photo of Beth. She then turns to the other easel. I still think it must be Petra. I cannot think of anyone else who has disappeared or moved away. And I haven't checked on Petra in a long time. If I could have left the house, I might have. The policeman unveils the photo. This time I am wrong. It is not Petra. Crystal. The woman who used to work for us. The one who kissed me. I'd never even thought of her. Now that I think about it, I should have, but I haven't seen Crystal in more than a year. We haven't been in contact at all since she stopped working for us. Did Millicent know about the kiss? Is that why she killed Crystal? Or was she just collateral damage, part of Millicent's bigger plan? I may never know. Of all the questions I would ask Millicent, those would not be in the top 10. But my guess is that Crystal told Millicent. She was tortured into it. I do not want to think about that. The press conference is still on, and Claire introduces a man whose name I recognize from a documentary about Owen. He is a rather famous profiler, now retired, who is now an independent consultant and has written several true crime books. This man, this tall, thin, decrepit-looking man, steps up to the podium and says he has never encountered a killer like me. He kills women he knows in a peripheral way, such as this cashier, and he also has created a separate persona, a deaf man named Tobias, that he uses to find more victims. The variety of methods used may be what has kept him from being discovered for so long. Or maybe it's all a lie. But no one says that. Piece by piece, my life is destroyed like it was never real at all. It was just a line of dominoes set up by Millicent. The faster they fall, the less likely it seems I can get myself out of this. And still I watch. I watch until my eyes blur and my head feels like it's crumbling into my neck. Definitive proof. This is what I need. Something like DNA evidence on a murder weapon, or video of Millicent killing one of these women. I just don't have it. The phone wakes me up. In the middle of watching my personal apocalypse, I dozed off. Keikona's theater seats are just too comfortable. I pick up my phone and hear Andy's voice. Still breathing? Barely. I can't believe they haven't caught you. You underestimate my intelligence. On TV they're showing a picture of me at my high school prom. More like dumb luck, he says. On top of everything else there is the guilt. Andy believes in me because he doesn't know the half of it. Another profiler is on TV. He has a deep, twangy accent that makes me want to turn the channel. But I do not. The level of torture can be directly correlated to the level of anger the killer has for the victim. For example, the burns on Naomi indicate that the killer was furious with her for some reason. It's impossible to know if the rage came from something she did or someone she reminded him of. Likely we won't know that until he is caught. Now I turn the channel. And I see a ghost. My ghost. Petra.67. She is not only alive, she looks different. Not as much makeup and less flash. More upscale, as if she has spent the past couple of days getting a makeover. Her blue eyes are sharp and focused, and her previously unremarkable hair is shiny and stylish. I remember her apartment, her bed. The cat named Lionel. She likes lime green and French vanilla ice cream and she couldn't believe I like ham on my pizza. I don't. I also remember the sound of Petra's voice when she asked if I was really deaf. The same voice she has now on TV. Suspicious. Accusatory. A tiny bit hurt. I met Tobias in a bar. When the reporter asks why she waited days to come forward, Petra hesitates before answering. Because I slept with him. You slept with him? She nods, hangs her head in shame. For having sex or for choosing me, I don't know which one. Maybe both. At first the media portrayed me as just a sick, twisted psychopathic serial killer. Now I am a sick, twisted psychopathic serial killer who cheats on his wife. As if people needed another reason to hate me. If they knew where I was, they would be lined up with pitchforks. But they don't know, so I am still able to sit here, watch TV, eat junk food, and wait until they either find me or Keikona returns home. Whichever comes first. Petra goes from being nowhere to everywhere. She lies about some things, tells the truth about others. With each interview, the story becomes a little more detailed and my depression digs in a little deeper. I still have moments when I think I can do something, so for hours I go through that stupid tablet like something new will appear. Perhaps a video of Millicent in that basement or a list of the women to kill. When I'm not doing something useless, I am useless. A lump of self-hate and pity, wondering why I ever got married in the first place. Wishing I had never seen Millicent, much less sat next to her on that airplane. I wouldn't have turned into who I am now without her. And when I'm not sinking into the quicksand of depression, I stare at the TV. I pretend all of this is someone else's problem. I wonder how much my kids hate me. And what Dr. Beige is saying about me. I bet he is telling Jenna I am the source of all her problems. It was never Millicent, never Owen, always me. Because it couldn't be her. Andy calls again. I saw your wife, he says. You what? Millicent. I went over to your house and saw her, he says. Why? Look, I'm trying to help you out here. It's not like I want to be in the same room with that woman, he says. So I called her. Millicent and I have a lot in common. We've both lost our spouses. Except I'm not dead. Were the kids there? Yes, saw them both. They're fine. Maybe a little stir-crazy because they're staying in the house. The media and all. Did they say anything about me? Pause. No. This is probably good news, but it still hurts. Listen, whatever you're going to do, you better do it fast, Andy says. Millicent said she wants to take the kids and get out of here for a while. This would be reasonable for a wife who discovered her husband is a serial killer. It would also be reasonable for a serial killer who'd framed her husband. She didn't say where, did she? No. Didn't think so. One more thing, he says. What's that? If I hadn't talked to you before all this happened, I don't know if I'd believe you. Not after seeing Millicent like that. Like what? Like she's devastated. The last part is what worries me. No one is going to believe a word I say. Not without proof. As the hours pass, I sink further into Keikona's chair. The images on the TV float past my eyes. Lindsay, Naomi, me, Petra, Josh. He is talking, always talking, and he repeats everything. Autopsy. Strangled. Tortured. He must have said that last one 1,000,000 times. At 1,000,001 I sit up straight. I am up, racing around Keikona's house, throwing aside my clothes and garbage until I find it. Millicent's tablet. She had looked at medical websites for information about the kids' ailments, but maybe there was more. Maybe I had missed it. If I was going to torture someone but not kill them, I would have to research it. And I would start by looking up various injuries on medical websites. A long shot. A very, very long shot. As stupid as I feel for thinking that this kind of evidence might be on the tablet, what keeps me going is imagining how stupid I would feel if I didn't look, and it was right there all along. I find the tablet in Keikona's dining room, on a table large enough to seat 16. It seems like a perfect place to sit down and go through the tablet again. I check each site looking for something about torture and strangulation. I look for hot water burns and oil burns and internal bleeding and cuts on eyelids. I even look for cigarette burns, which is absurd because Millicent refuses to be near cigarettes. And I find nothing. She looked at how long it takes for a sprained wrist to heal. She also searched for a variety of information about upset stomachs, what caused them and what to do about them. That was it. Nothing about torture, nothing helpful. I should have known better. I shove the tablet away and it skids. My immediate reaction is to check and see if I scratched Keikona's dining room table. As if it matters, but I do it anyway. I stand up and look straight down at it, running my finger across the wood, when something on the tablet screen catches my eye. It is still on the page about upset stomachs. On the right-hand side there is a list of possible causes. One of them is purple instead of blue because the link has been clicked. Eye drops. Tetrahydrozoline is the active ingredient in eye drops that gets rid of red eyes. Swallowing a large amount can cause serious problems. The drops lower blood pressure and can put someone into a coma. Or kill them. But swallowing a small amount causes an upset stomach and vomiting. No fever. The eye drops belong to Millicent. She has been giving them to Jenna. No. Impossible. The thought makes me physically ill. Jenna is our child, our daughter. She is not Lindsay or Naomi. She is not someone to torture. Or maybe she is. Maybe Jenna is no different. Not to Millicent. My daughter does not have a recurring stomach problem. She has a mother who is poisoning her. I went total Millicent. I want to go to my house, kill my wife and be done with it. I'm that angry. This feeling is different. Before, I never actually thought, I want to kill a woman, or even, I want to kill this particular woman. My desire wasn't that clear, that succinct. It was about Millicent, about the two of us, and what I wanted out of it was more complex. Now it is simple. I want my wife to die. I head for the front door without a hat or a disguise or a weapon of any kind. I am angry and disgusted, and I do not care if I have a plan. My hand is on the doorknob when I realize how stupid I am. How stupid I always am. I could probably get across Hidden Oaks without being spotted. Most think I'm on the run, not hiding in my own neighborhood. And once I did get all the way to my house, I could get inside because I have a key. That's assuming it's not under surveillance. On the other side, my wife, who I now know is a monster. Just like the real Owen. Also my kids. They are in the house and both believe it is me, not her. I am the monster. And now all I can see is their reaction when I kill their mother. I do not open the door. And I do not just need a plan. I need evidence. Because on TV, evidence of me is everywhere. My DNA. Though it should not be a surprise, Millicent still astonishes me. I have been saying that since I met her. She managed to get my DNA all over the Bread of Life Christian Church. My sweat is found on the door handle out front, on the lock down to the basement, even on the stair railing. It is like she had a vial of my sweat and dabbed it everywhere. A spot of my blood is found on the shelves against the wall. More sweat on the handcuffs. Blood on the chains and dirt. She makes it look as if I mostly cleaned up but missed a few spots. Claire has a midday press conference to announce all of this. I am officially upgraded from person of interest to suspect. The only suspect. She even says I am probably armed and definitely dangerous. After hours of watching the experts, reporters, and former friends crucify me, I finally leave the house. I drive right out of Hidden Oaks and out into the world, where someone may or may not recognize me. Across town, I drive by the Easy-Go where I used to get coffee. Instead of stopping, I drive 10 miles down the interstate to another Easy-Go, which has the same self-serve machine. With a baseball cap on my head and almost a full week's growth of facial hair, I go in and get myself a coffee. The young guy behind the counter barely looks up from his phone. It is almost anticlimactic. It also emboldens me a little. Every person in the world is not looking for me. I could probably eat in a restaurant, shop at the mall, and see a movie before someone recognizes me. I just don't want to do any of those things. Once I am in Hidden Oaks, something makes me drive by my house. The lawn is clear of toys and the welcome sign on the door is gone. The shades are drawn and the curtains are closed. I wonder if Millicent has bought another bottle of eye drops. Or if she even looked for the old one. I also wonder if Jenna is the only one she poisoned. I have been sick a few times as well. If Millicent can make her own daughter sick, she is capable of doing it to anyone. But I do not go inside the house. Not yet. I go back to Kekonas. The police are not waiting for me, nor have I been followed. Everything inside looks the same. I almost leave the TV off to take a break, but I can't. Just about everyone is talking about the DNA, and the only exception is Josh. He is back to being a reporter, and he is interviewing a criminal pathologist. This man's voice is not as irritating, but he is a little boring, like a professor, at least until he gets to the paper cuts on Naomi. The locations of the paper cuts are important to determining what caused them. We say paper because of the type of cut, but there are also different types of paper. For instance, Naomi had shallow paper cuts on tougher skin, like the bottoms of the feet, and deeper cuts in softer areas, like the underside of the upper arm. That indicates that the same item was used, but it couldn't have been a regular piece of paper. It had to be something that would cut through the heel of a foot. I jump off the couch like I've been shocked. And in a way I have. I know what Millicent used to make those cuts. 69. Rarely does Millicent do something by accident. She has a reason for everything, even if it's to amuse herself. This is one of those times. It began so many years ago when she asked me how I would protect her from assholes on planes who try to pick her up. I would force them into the center seat, hog the armrests, and give them paper cuts with the emergency information card. The emergency information card. The one I gave to her on the first Christmas we spent together. She has always kept it. In her old apartment, it was taped to the mirror in her bathroom. Our first place together was the small house, a rental, and the card was stuck to the fridge with a googly-eyed face magnet. When we bought our first house, she slipped it inside the frame of our full-length mirror. And in our bigger, more expensive house, we have 2 kids who do not appreciate the emergency card joke. They think it's corny. Millicent carries the card with her, stuck inside the visor in her car. When the sun is in her eyes and she flips it down, the card makes her laugh. The card is what she used to make all those paper cuts. I am as sure of this as I have been about anything. Hidden Oaksy's not an easy place to hide. People notice new cars, especially the ones that just show up and park. They do not notice runners or walkers. People are always starting and stopping exercise programs, so on any given day there could be 10 people out or none. A few are always out, like Millicent, but most come and go. With the same baseball cap, more facial hair, baggy sweatpants, and a big t-shirt, thanks to Keikona, who owns an extraordinary amount of oversized clothing, I leave out the back door of her house, jump the fence, and jog out to the road. It has been only a week since I disappeared, and the press is still everywhere. It would be impossible for Millicent and the kids to live normal lives right now. She can't go to work and the kids can't go to school, but I want to know if Millicent ever leaves the house. It would be a lot easier to get that emergency card if she takes the car out of the garage and parks it somewhere I can access. Just about anything can go wrong with this idea. Maybe she has thoroughly cleaned that card so there's no DNA on it at all, not from her or any of the women. Or maybe she got rid of it, threw it away, or burned it up. For my sake, I hope not. I may not know everything she does or everything she has done, but I know who she is on the inside. She keeps that card to remind her of us. And to remind herself of what she did to those women. Millicent enjoys it. I know that now. Will the police believe me if I bring them that card? If it has DNA from one or more of the dead women and from Millicent, but not mine? Probably not. Will they believe me if I also tell them about the building Millicent bought with 3 LLCs, about Denise and Owen's sister, and if I show them my schedule when all of these women disappeared? I was always home. And I have no idea what the kids will say about those nights. No, they wouldn't believe me. With my DNA in the basement and multiple people identifying me as Tobias, not to mention Millicent's performance, they won't believe I'm innocent for a second. But they might believe Millicent and I killed those women together, which would keep my children safe. It's the only chance I have. Not just to save myself but to put her where she belongs. In jail or in hell, either one works for me as long as it is nowhere near my children. I jog down the block parallel to my house, watching for Millicent's car through the paths between the houses. On my second pass, I jog down the street she would turn on to go toward the school. As expected, I never see her car. Throughout the day I check back but never see her leave. I just can't be sure. It would be so much easier if I had left the tracker on her car. Still, I try because I have to. Jogging and walking have become my new hobby. Too bad I couldn't adopt that dog at the shelter. It would be handy to have one right now. I call Andy. He sounds surprised to hear from me. Maybe surprised I am alive. I just have a question, I say. Hit me. I ask if Millicent ever leaves the house. I assume she isn't even going to work, I say. He hesitates before answering. I don't think so. Neighbors have been bringing food by every day. It's all over the place. I think they're hunkered down, avoiding the media. That's what I figured. Why, he says. Doesn't matter. Thanks again. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. He clears his throat. What? I say. I have to ask you not to call again. When I say nothing, he keeps talking. It's the DNA. This whole thing has just become so much bigger than... I understand. Don't worry about it. I do believe you, he says. I just can't keep. I know. I won't call again. He hangs up. The only surprise is that he stayed by me as long as he did. I didn't deserve his friendship. Not after Trista. The sun has started to set, and I decide to make one last pass by the house before trying to go in. All I have to do is get into the garage to her car, but it has to be after Millicent is asleep. And I have keys. 15 minutes later, I pass by on the parallel block and look for anything unusual. Like an unmarked police car because they are waiting for me to do exactly what I am about to do. Nothing. No unusual cars, no work trucks. There is nothing I don't recognize in the neighborhood. Except me, the bearded guy who jogs too much. It's surprising no one has stopped me yet. I head back to Keikona's using different streets. It's the long way but I used the short way earlier. By the time I make it to the edge of the circular drive up to her house, I stop dead. A town car is in front. The driver pulls a suitcase out of the trunk. I hear her voice. Kekona is home. Point 70. She'll know. They will all know. It will take Kekona seconds to realize someone has been staying in her house. The police will know it is me within another few seconds. My car is in the garage. My fingerprints are everywhere. So is my DNA, and Millicent's tablet is right on the kitchen table. Oh, and my wallet. I did not take it with me on the jog. It's also on the kitchen table. I go back the way I came and jog all the way out to the least expensive houses in the Oaks. Here there is a small green space away from the children's park, where I stop near a group of trees and pretend to stretch. I got nowhere to go. No Andy to call or phone to call him with. No money, no friends, and almost a total lack of hope. But I do have keys. They are the only thing in my pocket. Tonight was going to be the night anyway, the night I go into the garage to get the emergency card. In that respect, nothing has changed. What has changed is that I need a place to hide until Millicent is asleep. My first thought is the club. Plenty of small rooms and closets to hang out in until well after dark. Getting in and out is the problem. Too many cameras. The golf course is empty at night, but it's filled with wide open spaces visible from the road. I'll never find an unlocked car, not in Hidden Oaks. Here, everyone has modern, expensive cars, the kind with computers that do everything including lock the doors. For a moment, I consider hiding under a car. I'm just afraid someone will get in and start it. In the distance, sirens. They are coming this way, but not to me. To Kekonas. My options are dwindling and I have to move. I can't just stay in this little green space forever. Not unless I bury myself. I even consider hiding in my own backyard. And then, I do. Everything looks different from above. The neighborhood, the cars, the sky. My house. My kitchen where the light is on. Millicent. She is the one who convinced me to climb a tree. It was not something I thought I would do again, but here I am, hidden within the big oak tree at the back of our yard. Far enough from the house that no one heard the leaves rustling as I climbed up it. Millicent is cleaning up in the kitchen. She is too far away for me to see any details other than her red hair and black clothing. I bet she wears black all the time these days, especially when the police come by. Mourning those women, her husband, and the breakup of her family. I am both impressed and sickened. Rory walks into the kitchen and goes straight to the refrigerator. He doesn't move his right arm, I assume because the sling is still on it. He grabs something and stays there for a few minutes talking to Millicent. Jenna never comes into the kitchen, but I have to believe she is okay. Not sick. Millicent has no reason to poison her today. My legs start to cramp up and I adjust a little, although there isn't anywhere to go. The kitchen light goes off, but the bedroom lights are on. Still too early for sleep. Around me, the neighborhood goes quiet as everyone settles in. Very few cars are on the road. It's a Tuesday night, not a popular one for big outings. I lean my head back against the tree trunk and wait. By 10 o'clock, everyone should be in bed. At 11, I almost climb down, but then I let another 30 minutes pass. At 1:30, I climb down and walk along the edge of the yard, next to the fence, all the way to the house. The outline of Millicent's car comes into focus. Her luxury crossover is parked in the center of the garage. No need to make room for me anymore. I walk around to the driver's side, thankful that the window is open. I don't even have to open the door. I just reach up and flip down the visor. Something falls out onto the seat. I feel around but find no emergency card, nor anything that feels like one. I open the car door. All at once, the light comes on and I see something lying on the beige leather seat. A blue glass earring. Petra. She knew. Millicent knew about both of the women I slept with. Rory never told Jenna. He told his mother. I fall to my knees. Defeat does not describe it. Done. I'm just done. Eventually, I end up lying down on the cement floor, curled into the fetal position. No will to get up, much less run. It's easier to stay here and wait for them to find me. I close my eyes. The ground feels so cool, almost cold, and the air is a combination of dust, oil, and a little exhaust. Not comforting, not pleasant. Still, I do not move. An hour passes, or two. No idea. Maybe it's been only 5 minutes. My kids are what get me up. And what Millicent might do to them. 71. The house is not quite pitch black. Light from street lamps and the moon filters in through the windows, allowing me to see just enough to not trip. To not make any noise. Although I know I will be caught and soon it can't happen yet. At the bottom of the steps I pause to listen. No one upstairs is moving. I go up. The 5th stair creaks a little. Maybe I knew that or maybe I never paid attention. I keep moving. Jenna's room is on the left, followed by Rory's room, and at the end of the hall, the master bedroom. I start with my daughter. She is lying on her side, facing the window, and her breathing is steady, peaceful. Her big white comforter is bunched up around her, like she's inside a cloud. I want to touch her but know it's a bad idea. I watch, memorizing everything. If they put me in prison forever, this is how I want to remember my little girl. Safe, comfortable, healthy. After several minutes, I leave and close the door behind me. Rory is spread out on his bed, limbs everywhere. Most of them anyway. The arm he has in a sling is the only one by his side. He sleeps with his mouth open but does not snore. It's the strangest thing. I watch him the way I watch Jenna, memorizing everything. Hoping my little boy turns into a better man than his father. Hoping he never meets a woman like Millicent. I cannot blame him for telling his mother everything. I blame myself. For Petra for taking the earrings. For all of it. I leave his room, close the door without making a sound, and start down the hall. I imagine Millicent in bed, curled up under the covers, her red hair spread out on the white pillow. I can hear the long breaths she takes when she is in a deep sleep. And I can see the shocked look in her eyes when she wakes up and feels my hands around her throat. Because I am going to kill my wife. When Millicent discovered I'd cheated on her, she found her breaking point. Tonight I found mine. I reach the closed bedroom door and lean close, listening. No sound. When I open the door, the first thing I see is the bed. Empty. My first instinct is to check behind the door. Maybe because I know Millicent would stab me in the back. Empty. It's about time. Her voice comes from across the room. I see a shadow, her outline. Millicent is sitting next to the window in the dark. Watching for me. I knew you'd come, she says. I step forward. Not too far. Is that right? Of course. It's what you do. Come home. You have nowhere else to go. The truth hits like a slap. The worst part is I can hear her smile. It's too dark to see it until she turns on the light and stands up. Millicent is wearing her long cotton nightgown. It's white and swirls around her feet. I was not prepared for her to be awake. I didn't even bring a weapon. But she did. The gun in her hand is at her side, facing down at the floor. She is not pointing it at me. She is also not hiding it. That's your plan? I say, pointing to the gun. To kill me in self-defense? Isn't that what you're here to do? Kill me? I raise both my hands. Empty. Not likely. You're lying. Am I? Maybe I just want to talk. She chuckles. You can't be that stupid. If you were, I wouldn't have married you. The bed is between us. It's a king size and I wonder if I can leap over it before she can raise the gun and shoot. Probably not. Didn't find that emergency card, did you? She asks. I say nothing. Rory gave me that cheap little earring, she says. He thought you were cheating but then realized you were sneaking out to kill women. Of course, I didn't tell him he was right the first time. I shake my head trying to understand. Why? I left that woman alive so everyone would find out what a cheating bastard you are, she says. Petra. Petra is still alive because she had sex with me. And she'll never even know it. Do you have any idea, Millicent says, how much therapy our son is going to need? I cannot comprehend the madness of what she has done. The staggering amount of patience, of discipline. Why not just leave me? I say. Why do all of this? Do what? Set up our home, take care of the kids, make sure everything runs smoothly? Keep track of the finances and cook dinner? Or are you referring to Owen? Because the original plan was to bring him back. For us. She takes a step closer to the bed but not around it. No. And you were so willing. I barely had to do anything. You killed Holly, not me. She threatened you. Threatened our family. Millicent throws her head back and laughs. At me. I stare at her, remembering all the stories she told me about Holly. The injuries, the accidents, the threats. The cut on her hand, between her thumb and forefinger. The pieces rearrange in my head like a puzzle that had been put together wrong. Millicent had done it all to herself. Holly just got the blame. Jesus, I say. Holly was never a threat, was she? My sister was nothing but a weak, sniveling girl, who deserved everything I did to her. She crashed the car because you were torturing her, I say. Not the other way around. Millicent smiles. Everything hits at once. It's hard enough to make me dizzy. Millicent set her sister up the same way she set me up. She has always tortured people. Her sister. Lindsay. Naomi. Jenna. Maybe she didn't just poison Jenna to keep me out of the way. And me. Maybe all those times I was sick she had done it. Because Millicent likes to hurt people. You're a monster, I say. That's funny because the police say the same thing about you. The look on her face is triumphant, and for the first time I see how ugly she is. I cannot believe I ever thought she was beautiful. I found the eye drops, I say. The ones in the pantry. Her eyes flash. You've been poisoning our daughter, I say. She was not expecting this. She didn't think I would figure it out. You really are crazy, she says. A bit less conviction now. I'm right. You've been making her sick all along. She shakes her head. Out of the corner of my eye, something moves. I look toward the door. Jenna 72. She is standing in the doorway wearing her orange and white pajamas. Her hair is sticking out all over and her eyes are wide. Awake. She is staring at her mother. You made me sick, she says. Her voice is so small it makes her sound like a toddler. A heartbroken toddler. Absolutely not, Millicent says. If anyone poisoned you, it was your father. Jenna turns to me. Her eyes are filling with tears. Dad. Baby, no. It wasn't me. He's lying, Millicent says. He poisoned you and he killed those women. I stare at Millicent, not having any idea who I married. She stares back. I turn to my daughter. She put eye drops in your food to make you sick. You're insane, Millicent says. Think back, I say to Jenna. All those times you were sick, who cooked your food? How often do I cook at all? Jenna stares at me and then her eyes shift to her mother. Baby, don't listen, Millicent says. What's going on? We are all startled by the new voice. Rory. He walks up behind Jenna. His eyes are bleary, and he rubs them while glancing from me to his mother to his sister, looking confused about everything. My kids have seen their own lives implode over the past week. Their father has been accused of being a serial killer. Their mother has likely told them it is true. I do not know if they believe it. Dad, he says. Why are you here? I didn't do what they say, Rory. You have to believe me. Stop lying, Millicent says. Jenna looks at her brother. Dad says Mom made me sick. She did, I say. He's lying, Millicent says. All he does is lie. Rory looks at her and says, Did you call the police already? She shakes her head. I haven't had a chance. He just walked into the bedroom. And you just happened to have that gun in your hand? I say. Rory's eyes widen as he sees the gun at Millicent's side. She still has not lifted her hand. She was waiting for me to show up, I say, so she can kill me and claim I attacked her. Shut up, Millicent says. Mom? Jenna says. Is that true? Your father came here to kill me. I shake my head. That's not true. I came here to get both of you away from your mother, I say. And I go even further because they have to know. Your mother set me up. I didn't kill those women. Wait a minute, Rory says. I don't get. What is happening? Jenna yells. Enough. Millicent says. Her voice is low and hard. We all shut up just as we always do when she says that. It is quiet enough to hear everyone breathing. Kids, Millicent says, get out of here. Go downstairs. What are you going to do? Jenna says. Go. Dad doesn't have a weapon, Rory says. Again I raise my empty hands. I don't even have a phone. Rory and Jenna turn to their mother. Millicent glares at me as she steps around them and raises her hand. She points the gun at me. Mom? Jenna yells. Wait. Rory jumps forward, placing himself between the gun and me. He throws off his sling and holds out both arms. Millicent does not lower her hand. She raises the other one and holds the gun with both hands. The gun is pointed at our son. Get out of the way, she says. He shakes his head. Rory, you have to move, I say. No. Put the gun down. Millicent takes a step forward. Rory. No. I can see the anger in her eyes, even on her face. It is turning an unnatural color of red. Rory, she says. Move. Her voice is a growl. I see Jenna jump a little. Rory does not move. I hold my hand out, intending to grab his arm and pull him out of the way. Right then, Millicent shifts the gun and fires one shot. The bullet goes right into our bed. Jenna screams. Rory freezes. Millicent takes a step toward him. She has lost control. I can see it in her pitch-black eyes. She will shoot Rory. She will shoot all of us. I jump forward and knock Rory down, covering his body with mine. Just as we hit the ground, I see a blur of orange and white polka dots. And a glint of metal. Jenna. She has the knife from under her bed. I never even saw it in her hand. She heads right for Millicent, the knife raised, and crashes into her. They both tumble backward onto the bed. The gun fires a second time. Another scream. I jump up. Rory is right behind me. He grabs the gun, which has fallen out of Millicent's hand. I grab Jenna and pull her off. The knife comes with her. It slides right out of Millicent. Blood. So much blood. Millicent is on the floor now, her hands clasped against her abdomen. The blood is coming from her. Behind me, Jenna is screaming, and I turn to see if she's hurt. Rory shakes his head at me and points to the wall. The second bullet is lodged there, not inside my daughter. Get her out of here, I say. Rory drags Jenna out of the room. She is hysterical and screams all the way down the hall, dropping the bloody knife as she goes. I turn to Millicent. She is lying on the floor, staring up at me. Her white nightgown is turning red right before my eyes. She looks exactly like my wife and at the same time nothing like her. She opens her mouth and tries to speak. Blood comes out. Millicent looks at me, her eyes wild. She does not have long. A few minutes, a few seconds, and she knows it. She keeps trying to say something. I grab the knife and bring it down hard, plunging it right into her chest. Millicent does not get the final word. Epilogue. 3 years later. The map on the wall showed the whole world, from Australia to the Americas, and the North Pole to the South. We didn't use darts because we all have an aversion to metal objects with sharp edges. Instead, we pulled out an ancient pin the tail on the donkey game and put new adhesive on the ribbon tails. Blindfolded, we each took a turn. Jenna went first, followed by Rory. I went last. I breathed a sigh of relief when 2 of the first 3 tails landed in Europe. Neither the Arctic nor Antarctica sounded very inviting to me. We tacked up a map of Europe and played again. Wash, rinse, repeat, until we had found a new place to live, Aberdeen, Scotland. Our choice was made. That was 2.5 years ago, right after I was finally cleared by the police. I didn't think I would be. In fact, I thought Millicent would be named another one of my victims. No one knew Jenna stabbed her, not after I wiped off the knife and made sure the only prints were mine. I also confessed. I told the police I killed my wife in self-defense because she was the real killer. It never occurred to me that anyone would believe it. And they wouldn't have if it hadn't been for Andy, who said it couldn't be me. I couldn't even use a tablet computer, he told them, so how the hell could I kill so many women without getting caught? Then there was Keikona, who said I was a terrible liar and could never be a serial killer. Although she did mention that I was a pretty good tennis coach. And my kids. Jenna told the police that she overheard our argument and that her mother admitted to setting me up. Rory told them it was self-defense because his mother was about to shoot him. Neither told the police what really happened. Those details do not matter. I like to think the police believed everyone who stood up for me, that they knew I couldn't be a killer. But it was the DNA. All the evidence in the church basement underwent rigorous testing at the FBI lab in Quantico. The result confirmed what we already knew. The DNA was mine. The samples came from 2 sources, sweat and blood. And they saved me. Or rather, Millicent's lack of knowledge saved me. The FBI tests revealed that all the samples of blood and sweat had the exact same amount of chemical decomposition. It looked like Millicent had collected my fluids just once and then sprinkled them around all at the same time. The report stated that I must have been in that basement only once, because the DNA had been left on the same day. An impossibility if I had killed those women at different times. It's too bad Millicent never knew how badly she had screwed up. As soon as I was cleared, we sold the house and left Hidden Oaks. The first thing I had to get used to was the cold. And the snow. I've never lived where it snows before, but now it surrounds us. At first, it's light and fluffy, like hand-spun cotton candy. When it blankets the city, everything goes quiet. It's as if Aberdeen has been lifted right into the clouds. The day after, it's slushy and dirty and the whole city looks covered in soot. Our third winter is coming up and I have grown a bit more used to it. Rory has not. Just last night he showed me a website for a college in Georgia. Too far, I said. We're in Scotland. Everything is far. He had a point. And that was the point, to get far away from our old life. We are doing okay. I can say that without crossing my fingers. Jenna has a new therapist and a couple of prescriptions. I find it amazing that she functions at all, given what Millicent did to her. Rory has his own therapist, as do I. Once in a while we have a group session and we haven't hurt one another yet. I do not tell them that I miss her. Sometimes. I miss the family she built, the structure, the way she kept us organized. But not all the time. Now we don't have as many rules, but we still have some. It's all up to me. I can make a rule or not. Break it or not. No one is around to tell me if I am wrong or right. Today I am in Edinburgh, a larger city than Aberdeen. I have come to see my tax attorney. Moving out of the country is complicated. Taxes must be paid in multiple places, depending on where money is kept. Our house in Hidden Oaks sold for a good amount. We are more than comfortable for the moment. I also coach tennis. It is a huge sport in Scotland, though much of the time we play on indoor courts. When I am done with the tax lawyer, I find myself with a little time before the next train to Aberdeen. I stop in a pub near the station and motion to the bartender for an ale on tap. He fills a mug with a dark, syrupy liquid, unlike any beer I drank back home. The woman next to me has dark hair and pale skin. She is dressed like someone who just got off work and is having a drink before heading home. I can sense her relief that the day is almost over. After half a drink, she glances up at me and smiles. I return the smile. She looks away and looks back. I take out my phone, type out a message and slide it across the bar. Hello. My name is Quentin. Acknowledgements. When I sat down to write this, I realized I had no idea where to start. I've never written an acknowledgements before, but what I do know is that many people worked very hard to get this book into your hands. I can never thank them all properly, but I'll give it a shot. My agent, Barbara Powell. Without her, my lovely wife would not be a published book. Turns out she is as disturbed as I am, maybe more so, and crazy enough to take a chance on a nobody like me. My editor, Jen Monroe. She made this book better, caught all my mistakes, and refused to let me get away with anything. My heart jumps every time I see her name in my inbox, but that's a good thing. Everyone at Berkeley, I am so grateful you decided to publish this book, and grateful for all the time and resources you have dedicated to it. My friends, critique partners and fellow writers, without whom I would be nowhere. Starting with Rebecca Vonier, who would not let me give up on this book. I never would have finished it without her, nor would it be a published book. Marty Dumas, who points out all the story and character problems and is always right. Laura Cherry, who notices every little thing and tells me about it. And Hoy Hughes, who started the original writers group where I met all these wonderful people. There are many others who have taken the time to read and offer opinions of my writing. Most of it was bad. I won't even try to name every person because I will forget someone, but you know who you are. All the bloggers, writers, reviewers, and everyone who has found themselves with this book in their hands. First and foremost, I am a reader. I am grateful for the joy that books have brought me and grateful anyone would want to read my words. I can't leave out my day job boss and longtime friend Andrea, who has always been supportive. Last but definitely not least, my family. My mom, who is always there for me no matter what crazy adventure I'm on. And my brother, who made me tough. And finally, to my husband, Bruce, who supports almost everything I do. And who never, ever tells me not to talk so much.